Canberra United's hot form has seen them taken down league stalwarts in Melbourne Victory, Sydney and Melbourne City for the first time in a season, and they managed to do that all in the space of just 8 days. Now the next target is last season's champions in the Central Coast Mariners. Hello and welcome to Mackellar Park. It is round 8 of the Ninja A-League and a top 4 clash as Canberra United take on the Central Coast Mariners. It is very warm conditions here in Canberra this evening, and there'll be a couple of drink specs, but also expecting pretty fiery conditions on the pitch as well. And a look to the ladder. Melbourne Victory's win over Newcastle last night puts them back on top. Wellington Phoenix, well, they had an absolute day out against Sydney earlier today, and with that brings them up to 7th and just out of finals contentions for the moment. So a lot of movement happening, and if Canberra can potentially get the win here, then they'll go into Christmas break very happy to be on top of the ladder. Both teams making their way out onto the pitch here. Well, it's been pretty much one-way traffic for the Mariners since they rejoined the competition. 4 out of the last 5 matches being wins to the side from the Central Coast. We'll have both teams coming out here for a moment of silence. The A-Leagues are shocked and devastated by the attack and the resulting loss of innocent lives at Bondi Beach on Sunday. And as a mark of respect, we'll have a moment of silence very shortly. But a quick look for the teams list for Canberra United. Only one change in the starting lineup that ended Melbourne City's 30-game unbeaten streak in the regular season last week. American Jasmine Wardlow promoted as a starter, and Tegan Bertolicio drops to the bench. Ninja A-League's all-time leading goal scorer, Michelle Heyman, is having a great run of form in recent weeks. She scored 3 in the last 4 to bring her up to take her to 3rd in the Golden Boot race. She's never seen a win as a player in this matchup before, having featured for the Central Coast Mariners all the way back in the first season of the Ninja A-League. Could today potentially be the first day she sees 3 points in this matchup. Canberra United coach Anthony Jagnarek was asked today if today's game was revenge or affirmation for last season's elimination final lot. He played it very cool in the question, but did say that oppositions are now coming here with game plans of not to lose rather than how they can win, as there's been a massive shift in perspective towards Canberra this season. We will now have a moment of silence in respect for the loss of life at Bondi Beach last Sunday, as we offer our heartfelt sympathies to the victims, their loved ones, and the communities impacted.
As a mark of respect, we now ask if you are able to please rise for a moment of silence as we offer our heartfelt sympathies to the victims, their loved ones, and the communities impacted. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Corey Babington has named the same starting 11 for the Mariners that won against the Wanderers last week. Eliza Hamilton and Tamara Levin drop out of the matchday squad as Millie Farrer and Tiana Fuller replace them on the bench. Well, Isabel Coco DeCipio scored her first goal of the Ninja A-League last season after several massive years in the New South Wales NPLW, overcoming several injuries too. She placed 3rd in the Golden Boot race in the NPLW, and she's had a great start to life in the Ninja A-League as she's started in every game she's featured for the Mariners this season. Corey Babington was very happy with the result last week. He was impressed with their strong start against the Wanderers, as well as the defensive structure the team's been putting out every week. He knows and has said, in fact, that they'll have to try their best to try and come away from points from Mackellar Park. Referee is Isabella Mosin, assisted by Lauren Hargrave and Claire Green. The 4th official is Harrison Cracknell. And final words being spoken, Michelle Heyman leading the team as always. And it's been a remarkably strong run of form for Canberra United. They're sitting on that 4-game winning run. She's been instrumental to those wins, but more importantly, the help and support she's gotten in that attack line from the players around her. head coach Anthony Jagner talking about how many of those players that have come in have complemented the squad that really built on and making the finals last year. Now they look to keep progressing, keep doing one better, and potentially keeping that top spot at the end of the weekend too. It will be Heyman that gets us underway. And 6,216 days since Canberra were able to get a win over the Central Coast Mariners. Mariners in a good run of form themselves. They've won 2 games back-to-back. Both teams up there for fouls conceded in the league this season. We're expecting fiery conditions here in warm conditions on the pitch too. Of course, alongside me, Teresa Polias. Teresa, we're in for a really good game this evening.
We are. Thanks, Georgia. It's great to be alongside you calling this game today. It'll be a real spectacle. Should be a cracker. Two of the informed teams of the competition, and out there, goals can come from anywhere. So, yeah, it's going to be very entertaining today.
Shortly, well, the ball just skipping past the feet of Sasaki. We'll have a throw-in for the Mariners. Deep within their own half, Sasaki made the move across from Adelaide United in the off-season, scored her first goal against the Victory, taking a bit of a deflection off the ball from Bethany Gordon, who's another player who's been in red-hot form for Canberra United so far this season. And skipping past. Strong words from Rasmussen, using her body, allows the space in. Ball from Quilligan just skipping past, and Emma Rober's more than content just to see that one out and make sure that her keeper and Sally James can really take the first goal kick of the game too.
Yeah, I'd say Canberra United slight favourites given the game is down in their fortress at McKellar Park, but they certainly have to watch those forward runs as we just saw there from Izzy Gomez getting forward in behind that back line, and we know how lethal she is in those areas nowadays, so certainly one to watch out for.
And of course, player of the grand final last season too with this Mariners side. He's almost unstoppable in whatever position she's been asked upon. Taryn King looking to pay back Annalie Grove. Just the 3rd game for Grove. Of course, unfortunately, the ACL injury to Sarah Langman. And Grove, another player that's made the move across in the off-season, this time from Adelaide United to the Mariners. Taylor Young. Lofty ball brought down by Hawkins. Leanne Quilligan trying to break the line. Given what you've seen of these two teams so far, are you expecting this to be more of an arm wrestle game, or just waiting for those moments for them to break apart and try and strike on the counter, or more players really building up and playing?
Yeah, early on it's going to be an arm wrestle, and I think whatever team's able to take control of that midfield will be able to potentially win this game today.
Wardlow, lofty ball in. Too far over the heads of everyone, including Heyman. But positive signs early for Canberra.
And it's got that potential, given, you've got firepower up top in the middle for both teams. It's going to be end-to-end, I think.
Well, we've already seen 7 goals from a singular game earlier today, so hopefully that game hasn't taken all the goals out of this Saturday fixtures for the A-League. So, of course, Canberra, well, they've scored in every game this season too, so plenty of opportunities for them.
Yeah, we're in for plenty more, Georgia.
Sasaki to the feet of Taylor Young. Eventually just trying to break free of the press. Brought back to Anton. Rober's looking up. Little flick on pass from Gordon. Sasaki out wide. Grove always in that space and headed down by Bar Gray rather. Bauman having to look, swings it back into the middle. Termes was there to run on, but again, just picked up readily by Wardlow.
There's good awareness there from Bethany Gordon, knowing Sasaki would be in the areas up ahead, just to flick that on.
Alessino now pumping down the line, briefs that ball in centrally, and the header was on for Hawkins. Just couldn't direct it. There was so much pace in that ball. And again, 2 strong showings from Canberra, really pumping down and finding those opportunities in the box. Great run from Hawkins, and it's a beautiful ball from Grove.
That's a sensational crossing from Alessino. Perfectly placed for Hawkins there. She'll be kicking herself, having missed that opportunity there.
Well, Canberra do love to score early. We know that, especially in either side of the break as well. They've scored 11 out of their 12 goals so far this season within 20 minutes of the starter play or restarter play. And it's a tangle of boots there between Gordon and Trimmis. Not 2 players that you want to see on either side being taken out of an attack for a team. But they have also, they are leading the goal. Well, they were leading the goal scoring coming into this game. You'd have to think that Wellington may have pipped them at the post at this point.
Yeah, that 7-0 drubbing of Sydney earlier today certainly puts them top there. But I'm impressed with the way Canberra United are building up this season. They're more positive and confident to play out of tight spaces, and they're certainly a really entertaining team to watch. They've got a bit of a new look midfield as well that are really working well together on the same page, and that gives them a lot more depth on the bench.
A lot of players who've been with that Canberra side for a long time, you know, Stanish, Floody, Christopherson, Malone, of course. We can talk about those potentially midfielders and attack. They are players who have been stalwarts for the Canberra side, not quite getting the starting minutes at the moment, but a lot of firepower to come off the bench too.
Certainly, yeah, the recruitment from Jagrinek has been great, and he's got really solid players to call upon as subs as well, so it's happy times for Canberra United at the moment.
Tussles on. Sasaki finds the ball at her feet. Looks to pass it back into Anton. Goes all the way back to James. So again, now the patience and the build-up. Canberra not afraid to pump it long when necessary. The arm is up from King. Grove has a look at it on her left boot. Doesn't travel Annalie Grove too much, but again, another shot to add to the tally for Canberra early in this match. They've had the better of the chances so far. Still very early days.
Well, here's that ball forward from James, and Heyman does well to knot it down for Grove, who does that inverted run. It's always an awkward one to handle for teams when your wing backs are bombing on and getting central. It creates that overload there, and you could see Grove was unmarked, so another good positive play for Canberra United, and they're certainly in control of this match in the early stages. They're dictating everything.
You can see that in regards to the possession at the moment. 65% to Canberra, 35% to the Mariners. Now the opportunity. Again, a lot of work being forced upon Barrett Gray. Sees it out for the first corner of the match. Of course, plenty of support here at McKellar Park. We know how well supported United is consistently in the Ninja A-League. We spoke about it a little bit. It is a bit of a fortress. It's never an easy place to come as an opposition player.
That's certainly how I remember it, Georgia, and this season, Canberra is certainly playing really well at home. And their fans would be loving it as well, and that's why the result for them today is extremely important. You want to win your home games. You want your fans coming back so that fortress feel is solidified.
Great tackle there from Sasha Grove as well. So, of course, played across at Western United last season. And then it was such a stalwart for Canberra since her real junior days. Of course, in young Matilda, featured quite a bit for the Australian under-20 side. But now just seems to have slotted right back into her place here.
Yeah, you almost forget she was gone, don't you?
Wardlow looking down the line. Headed back by Martin. Gomez takes a deflection off the body of Anton. Rober's just doing enough to break through the middle. Bounce favouring King. Ball ping-ponging about. Again, Taryn King. Alcino just the friendly tap on the shoulder from behind.
Really good press there from Canberra United. They're pressing as a unit. They're very organised.
Gordon Chester down. Bethany Gordon looks to goal. It spills there, but just enough away by the Mariners defensive unit to just make sure it didn't find its way into the back of the net.
Yeah, the Mariners are under a lot of pressure in this first half. You can see that ball chipped over the top there. Bethany Gordon cuts it across. A little too close to Grove, though. But certainly, yeah, they're keeping the Mariners under pressure. They're pressing them high, winning the ball high and trying to get the ball into dangerous areas.
Quilligan can feel the impeding pressure from Grove. Babington really encouraging that movement from his players. Of course, was the young Matildas coach across most of last year as well. Now, of course, here in Central Coast Mariners, after Emily Husband took up that assistant coach role with the senior Matildas.
Certainly a very experienced coach in the women's game, particularly in youth development, and now taking on a club role. So doing really well in his early stages of that.
Heyman cuts it across. Hawkins gets in front. Hawkins looks to goal, but again, just not getting the power behind it to really force any trouble for Grove. But another opportunity on target for Canberra. This time, players halted due to an earlier foul.
Well, they're getting into really good areas. Once again, Heyman on the run, cuts it across for Hawkins, and Bethany Gordon was running through. Perhaps if Hawkins had left that for her to finish running forward, might have been a better option there. But good play again from Canberra. The only thing missing is that finish.
It does look like plenty of support. You can even see Taylor Young also coming through as well.
Yeah, those numbers into the box, exactly.
Yeah, very collective effort for them in attack. Has that really been emblematic of how they've been playing this season?
Yeah, we've spoken a lot about Canberra United's mindset, and you can see it in the players, in their actions out there. Players getting forward into the box with power, with purpose. So certainly, I think they're leading the competition in terms of mindset.
Sasaki almost using the player behind her. Well, 15 final third entries within 15 minutes, less than 15 minutes of play of this game. Just 2 for the Mariners. Canberra really showing that attacking intent. Down the line, the ball goes, keeps. So I'm drifting a little bit towards goal, and Hawkins trying to play it off the feet of the opposition captain. Didn't quite get that one away. Rona Bauman, well, hesitates for the moment. Couldn't quite figure out the options in front of her. Again, the bodies in green, forcing their way through. Robus, Alcino plays it back. A little bit of patience working towards the build-up. James now also getting involved. The flick on from Taylor Young, but Barwick Gray there to cut off any opportunity for Canberra to progress forward. Trimis runs out of space, and well, Tell you, just with the Mariners, we saw start a really positive first match of the season with that win against Adelaide. They won a couple games where they went out without scoring. Now it's back-to-back wins with multiple goals in both. How difficult is it sometimes to snap that mindset, come into these games, and then try and build upon that culture of winning?
Yeah, look, it's always tough when your results are a bit up and down, but I think they've shown enough there not to rule them out of being in good form. I think they're scoring goals still. They've got a lot of players out there with the quality to turn games around. So I think they've just got to take it game by game. You can hear Corey Babington having to give a lot of instruction at this point in the game. So whereas Canberra United, it is more player-driven, perhaps them, knowing their roles a bit more. And, Jagrinek seems to be just standing back a bit more and watching his players go out and implement that game plan. So I think that's what, I guess, Corey Babington wants more from his team, for them to go out there and lead it as players.
And again, does also probably speak to the fact that Babington, first-year coach with this particular club, Jagrinek, having a second year, and the amount of player turnover that the Mariners would have seen after that grand final win last season
Makes a massive difference in your second season with the club as opposed to your first. So
Nobody's looking to get out of a tight situation. Gomez almost playing that pest role just to in the press. Does well. Claims the ball for the Mariners. They look to work it back. And patience on display for both teams. Gomez works it around, but always just someone just lurking in front, just able to claim the ball. Ball skips past the feet of Bauman, but again, Taryn King really just having that step back to clean up any balls that might come her way. Takes a bubble through the middle. Sasaki now. Taylor Young stops the ball from that on-flowing movement. Heyman looks wide under the feet of Gordon. And Barwick Gray just tries to swing it away and clear it as within the fielder's play, just away from goal as much as possible. Missed connections there at the moment, the Mariners, in terms of the balls being put through, bouncing over the top, going straight to a defender. Do you think that is just trying to work the ball through what Canberra are doing defensively from the Mariners? Yeah,
it's still early enough in this match for them to give them that excuse of still finding their feet. But at the same time, I think Canberra United are very well organised. And I think the Mariners need a bit more movement in order to break that down. There are Canberra United jerseys everywhere, and they're winning everything, particularly in the middle of the pitch.
And talk about, mindset and that kind of stuff. It's the first two movement, those 1%ers, where it just seems that they pop out every single time, just that foot ahead in whatever race they need to be in. Ball bouncing, James coming a long way out. The defenders having a bit of a miscommunication about who was claiming that ball. Ross Wardlow played with the Mariners back in that first season, then where they ran to the competition. Sasaki, Gomez, ball at her feet, takes a touch inside, goes down, and Sasaki goes over the top. The foul called against Gomez. Taking a moment here to get back up.
Oh. Good feet here by Izzy Gomez to set that up initially, but Sasaki recovered very well and drew that foul. Izzy Gomez just swiping Sasaki there, and hopefully she's okay and can get up. And yeah, she's good to go, but she's such an important player for Canberra United, Sasaki. Good to see her back up.
James doesn't look confident in what options are being presented to her. Asking for players to come forward, plays the shorter ball. Can't go to Scipio. Oh, she's applying that pressure. Stolen there by Gomez. Just drops out wide in the end, always sailing off target. But positive signs from the press from the Mariners there. Force those hard decisions, force those errors and mistakes. And given the warmth and conditions, you know, players' fatigue and decision-making, always the first to go.
The Mariners will be happier with their press at the moment up top. Forced a few errors, even created half a chance there with that shot from distance from Gomez.
We've seen pretty frequently throughout the league this season. There's not that many times you need a strong opportunity. Here down in the background, looks like Greta Krasula, Sasha Grove will put the ball out. Just holding on that left knee. Always a worry when you see a player clutching at their knees, especially in the women's game.
And here is the incident. There was contact on the knee, so hopefully it's nothing more than a cork and Krasula's okay to go. But yeah, it is always a really concerning sign when you see a player down grasping their knee.
You almost sometimes wish there was a little bit of contact rather than seeing a contact less injury.
Almost, yeah, good to see that there was contact because it looks more like a cork, but fingers crossed.
So both teams heading to the benches. Of course, drinks breaks to be scheduled throughout the match, but this one just coming a little bit earlier because of that knock to the knee of Greta Krasula. When you look at these, the way I'll have a look at some of the highlights from this match so far. We've had quite a few opportunities, especially early on for Canberra United.
Yeah, that win in the middle of the pitch there from Robers and fantastic crossing from Olasino. Really set that up there. Unfortunate for Hawkins. She couldn't get it on goal, but yeah, once again, that inverted run from Grove, creating that overload and a free shot away, which, yeah, she would have wanted to do better from that position. Once again, Heyman, she's involved with everything. Chips it over there. Bethany Gordon tries to cross that in. A little too close to the keeper on that occasion, but these are the dangerous positions Canberra United are getting into. Heyman once again. Really good work there from Hawkins to overpower King and get another shot away. The only thing missing for Canberra United is a goal at this point because they've created, 5 really good chances. And you can see their dominance out there in terms of territory and ball possession.
Yeah, 61, almost 62% possession for them at the moment. 3 shots, 2 on target as well. So they are having those opportunities. And again, we just spoke about the fact of Michelle Heyman's involved, but it's not where you would typically expect her to be involved. So much as in the lead up.
Is great to see as well. Normally she's that finishing touch, the finisher and the goal scorer. But in most of those cases there, she's setting things up. So it's really good to see that we're seeing goals come from more places for Canberra United. That's probably another reason why they're so far very successful this season.
Yeah, and you spoke about it in Dub Zone this week. Of course, make sure you check out Dub Zone, released on Tuesdays. Check out the A-League's socials and website to make sure you're staying up to date. But about the fact that has actually led to some of their success this season.
Yeah, because teams focus on Michelle Heyman as their main goal scorer, but they're getting into games and numerous players are marking Michelle and paying attention more to her, and others are running amok elsewhere. So yeah, it's been really good for Canberra to have other goal scorers popping up.
And of course, when they didn't make finals 2 seasons ago, she was the Golden Boot. Now in the past 2 seasons, she hasn't had as many goals as that particular season, but they made finals last season. Who knows what will happen this season with 6 teams being able to qualify after the home and away. So exciting to see those changes happen within teams year to year.
Yeah, and I think for Michelle, she's a team player. She'll just be happy that somebody's scoring and they're winning games, and that's the most important thing when you're a team player.
A strong play here from the Mariners to claim that ball again. Super impressed with the work from Bauman so far. Sasaki coming through, claiming the ball through the middle. Foul called. So there will a little bit of break in play here due to lightning. This is within 10 kilometres of the playing pitch at the moment, so we'll have to have a break in play. Of course, player safety first and foremost, but as it stands at the moment, locked in a stalemate, 0-0 between Canberra United and Central Coast Mariners. Well, what have you made of the game so far, Teresa?
Yeah, it's been an entertaining game. I think the home side and Canberra United certainly have taken control in terms of territory and chances and possession. And the only thing missing for them has been a goal. They've had 5 pretty good chances, I'd say, on goal there. But perhaps, you know, these types of stops in play can turn momentum. So perhaps it'll work to the Mariners' favour. Just some additional coaching and all that kind of extra information that most players wouldn't be able to get throughout a regular game where they're forced to go those 45 minutes. Well, of course, we're here at Mackellar Park now to see Canberra United versus Central Coast Mariners. But last weekend, Canberra United brought an end to Melbourne City's 30-match undefeated streak. It was a historic day that also saw Canberra ascend to the top of the ladder. Let's have a look at how that game played out.
Games, that is the number since Melbourne City were beaten in the home and away season. Yes, in that time they've had their troubles in finals, but they've not allowed an opponent to leave a game with 3 points since February 2024. Canberra United are the latest to welcome Melbourne City to their home ground with high hopes of breaking that streak. So let's take a look at the way the sides line up this evening. Head coach Anthony Jagranek has made one change from the team that defeated Sydney on Wednesday evening, with Emma Robers coming back into the side, replacing defender Jasmine Wardlow. American Emma Hawkins is once again preferred to Wednesday's goal scorer Sienna Dale, while captain Michelle Heyman, of course, leads the line. Well, meanwhile, for the visiting Melbourne City, 2 changes made by Michael Matriciani after last week's narrow victory over the Wellington Phoenix. Danella Buttress and for the first time in City colours, Devon Jackson come in from the start. Aideen Keane moves to the bench, while Laura Hughes is out of the matchday squad with a knee injury and is expected to be unavailable for a couple of weeks. 16-year-old Kai Jugovic is a potential debutant on the bench. Melbourne City without Laura Hughes today in midfield. Can they overcome that battle? It's the home side who get us underway. Canberra United seeking their 4th consecutive win. Melbourne City looking to keep that remarkable home and away undefeated record ongoing. He's very passionate about this team. He was involved for a number of years as an assistant coach, also in the ACT NPL. Taylor Young, speaking of players with engines, spoke about Sasha Grove, but Taylor Young got through a mountain of work in midfield on Wednesday. A hairy moment for Sally James. The ball ricocheting off Holly McNamara. It looked innocuous, but McNamara, the speed, being able to close down James, it could have gone anywhere. And thankfully for James and for the home fans in Canberra, it's just missed the frame of goal. James just allowing McNamara to come to her. She'll have to be careful. Near calamity earlier. There's an errant pass. McNamara picks it up. McKenna racing in front of her. McNamara shoots onto the post. McKenna still battling for it, and Sasaki does well. The offside flag was raised in any case. Holly McNamara so close to the opener again. She assessed her options, saw Liz Anton backing away, went for it. James got just enough of a glove on it to touch it onto the post. Now Robers to James. McNamara just lurking. Now here's that long ball over the top, looking for Sasaki. There's Heyman in behind. Got there too, you know, Mire's got just enough of a touch. And Melbourne City, almost architects of their own downfall there. Really finding anyone, especially when you've got the height of Rebecca Stott and Taylor Rotto in defence for City. We saw them combine in an attacking sense from a set piece last weekend. Hawkins applying the pressure on Mires. Mires' ball intercepted. Heyman, Michelle Heyman, central. Hawkins just got it all wrong. Couldn't twist her body in time. That header though, back into the path of Heyman. Chance still alive for Canberra. Sasaki thinking about the shot. High and wide from Nanako Sasaki. She's capable from that sort of distance. The Japanese national. That was clever from Heyman to play it to her teammate. Sasaki was never really threatening the frame of goal. Lucino, nice turn. Back to Robers. Taylor Young. Now playing it in for Grove. Sasha Grove in space. Goes for the cross on her left. Headed behind by McMahon. It was Bethany Gordon who was right behind her, ready to head that in if she wasn't able to get there, but she did really, really well, the 17-year-old. And this is Sasha Grove on her non-preferred left. Herring up on that side, and good defensive work by McMahon to head it away. So Canberra United with the first corner of this evening's game. Nanako Sasaki will be the player to take. Sasaki's delivery towards the back post. It was Emma Robers who was there, but it flew over everybody. Now for a goal kick. Michelle Heyman's always the obvious target for Canberra, but they've got Robers as well, who is tall herself, can win those battles. Defense splitting pass. Sino poking it through. Sasaki. Cross dealt with. It's come out to Grove! Just over the crossbar. She's got a taste for it this season, Sasha Grove. And that one just always rising. It came out to her. She saw the opportunity for the strike. Not too far away. Turner using all of her experience, just slowing things down for City. Letting everyone get in position. And now she'll play it up the line. Buttress. Keen to take players one-on-one and beat one, beat a second. She's not shy of it, is she? Absolutely loves that one-on-one battle, does Buttress. So fun to see, 18 years of age. Just that audacity. Raised in Melbourne, raised on a diet of football, and you can see the joy that it brings out in her. McNamara going to ground, no doubt a player that Buttress aspires to be like one day. Holly McNamara, a Matildas regular these days. He's an outstanding goal scorer and threat all around the pitch. Has a habit of winning those kinds of fouls as well. So you can just get her body in the right areas and make sure that there is contact. McKenna goes herself off the post and cleared away. Well, Letitia McKenna so close to the spectacular. Sally James did just enough. You wondered if she would go for that there, McKenna. She did. And thankfully, from a Canberra perspective, Liz Anton was the player there in the right place to clear it away. Of course, City, after falling at the last hurdle last season in the Asian Women's Champions League, in that competition again. 3 wins in the group stage, no goals conceded. Job done so far in that competition. Here's McNamara looking for Buttress. Grove, the player marking her. Buttress, well done Grove, won that battle, but conceded the corner. So an opportunity not over here for the visitors. Lovely ball from Holly McNamara, who, as much as she is such a supreme goal scorer, is also a creator. 2 goals, 2 assists so far this season for McNamara. And that's the kind of vision that has gotten her those assists. So Sally James organising her defence. The delivery from Apostolakis. James claims unconvincingly. And she got the ball in the end, and that's all that matters. We've seen an Olympico this round. We saw it in Perth last night. For a moment, it looked as if we might see a second. Olympico being a goal scored directly from a corner. It seemed to be what Apostolakis was aiming for. James secured the ball. 1 minute of stoppage time in this first half. The other side create one last chance. Hawkins trying to make it. Canberra, and in the follow-through, hangs out a leg. Take down Rebecca Stott and receives the first yellow card of the game for her troubles. Hawkins has played in Iceland, played in Portugal after going to college in the US system. Played for Box Hill United in the NPLW in New South Wales, where she got 10 goals, 8 assists, was NPLW champion. Ball played forward, Hawkins chasing Stott, heading away. But Gordon can play it back to Sasaki. Time running out for Canberra. Sasaki trying to force something. Davidson to come out to Olasino. Maybe one chance for a shot here. Hawkins can't get there. And it's cleared away by City. So still scoreless at halftime in Canberra. It has been an exciting back and forth game between the defending premiers and Canberra United, coming into this one on a 3-game winning streak. It is really anyone's at the moment. Can Melbourne City hold on to that 30-game home and away undefeated run? Halftime, it is Canberra United 0, Melbourne City 0. It's Melbourne City who will get us back underway. Letitia McKenna standing over the ball. And we are back underway. Fascinating battle between 2 sides. Looking to walk away with 3 points. Canberra United, 3 games, 1 in a row, looking to make it 4. Ball played through to Hawkins. Emma Hawkins! Good save, Mires. And it's cleared away mere seconds after the halftime break. It is Canberra United with perhaps the best opportunity of the game so far. It goes begging for Hawkins. Still on the attack though, Canberra. Olasino searching for options, plays a centering ball. Gordon, Heyman, back to Gordon. Olasino is in the middle. Instead, Gordon will lift it into the penalty area. Olasino against her opposite number, McKenna. Now all the way back. What was in that halftime team talk for Canberra? Eventually, Elena Ramirez able to claim. That's a gorgeous ball through from Olasino. And it almost got away from Ramirez, you know. She just managed to stick her arm down. Grove lifting it. Hawkins chasing it. Otto marshalling it into the gloves of Ramirez. Sasaki. Robers. Anton. Building these triangles with Beth Gordon, who's dropping deep. Switch of play, but Alicio gets a foot on it. Olasino, Sasaki. Olasino running in behind. McMahon can only play it into Olasino. But Alicio will retain possession. Sasaki, Nanaka, Sasaki towards the back post! And Canberra have the opener! It's Emma Hawkins, who came so close seconds after the break, who gets a just reward for her performance. The home side take the lead against the defending premiers. What a ball from Sasaki at the back post. Perfectly timed run. A fantastic header. She's done the business there. Canberra United in the lead. Can they be the first team to beat Melbourne City this season in a home and away game? Can they be the first team to do so in 30 home and away games? There's still lots of time to come. We've seen City dig themselves out of every kind of hole you can imagine in that time. And that goal also puts them back top of the table. Here Canberra come again. Olasino, still Olasino! Rising over the crossbar, but Canberra United are up and about. The crowd is up and about. They will be believing at the moment, Canberra. Oh, she's seen her compatriot Hawkins just get her first goal. Olasino does have a goal in the competition, wants another. Stepped forward, it will give space in behind here for City. Buttress in space, she's up against Grove. Danny Buttress. Grove does exceptionally well to clear it out for a corner. I just thought for a second Buttress was going to cut inside there onto her right foot and get the shot away, but Grove with her every step of the way. Kostelakis' delivery is low, driven towards the front post. Otto goes to ground, appeals for a penalty. Mostly coming from the bench, not so much from Taylor Otto, who gets back to her feet. Something from the training ground there. Robers was with Otto every step of the way, though, just as Grove was with Buttress in the lead-up. Sasaki, lovely touch around McMahon. And that's a nice ball too, into the path of Hayley Taylor-Young. Taylor-Young, the cross, Heyman! And it's two! Canberra United double their advantage against the defending premiers. Could this be the game where City's home and away unbeaten run is broken? Well, they've remained on top, Canberra. Ever since scoring that first, they've kept coming. A lovely switch of play from Sasaki, and Heyman is there. She scores her 4th of the season. Canberra United are on a roll. But you could feel both the effect of McMahon missing from the front line, where she's been so effective this season, but also then having to come in and replace what Laura Hughes does really, really well. There's an opportunity perhaps for City, but Taylor-Young getting back and managing to block the cross from Ross back in, the substitute, fresh legs. City with the opportunity from a corner. It's the left boot of Danielle Turner to take. Turner's in swinging delivery. Headed straight back up into the air, and now Rebecca Stott straight into the gloves of Sally James. And she's looking to be Melbourne City's saviour. 2 weeks in a row, Rebecca Stott, but that time Sally James in the right place to deny her. Heyman. Heyman back to Taylor Young. Sasha Grove. Rovers. Gordon. Now Taylor Young. Taylor Young's delivery into Hawkins. 1 touch, 2 touch, too heavy. Perez can claim. Now it's City. Again, trying to force things. McNamara at the tip of the spear, as always. That's good work from James and good work from Grove. And Grove's just played it straight to Turner. So it's City on the attack again. Sasha Grove, tireless. Running down 18 Keane. Keane wins the battle. Into the penalty area, goes to ground. And the referee awards a penalty. So we're way back into this game for Melbourne City. A penalty. And perhaps a chance to pull a goal back. 18 Keane off the bench, Badalicio. Will score her 3rd goal of the season. Holly McNamara stepping up. Straight into the bottom corner. Melbourne City get their goal back. It's through Holly McNamara. So lethal from the penalty spot. Can Melbourne City dig themselves out of a hole once again? Well, there's the penalty again. Badalicio too forceful. And McNamara, that's unsavable. Sally James went the right way. She was never stopping that. Not able to get past Stott. Stanage Floody just comes in and blocks the ball forward. McNamara just aimlessly lifting it forward. Sasaki is there. Stanage Floody. Sasaki. Clever from Christopherson. And now just kicks it to the corner. Was hoping it would ricochet off Turner. It didn't do so. Ramirez. They've got to go forward here, City. Launches it, appeals for a foul and given. Haley Taylor-Young brought to ground in back play. Holly McNamara on her haunches. Disappointed with the decision. Heyman getting a round of applause from this Canberra United crowd. Of course she is. Beloved hero of Canberra United. An icon of the league. Canberra United's free kick over the top, bouncing harmlessly away. Mirez. 35 seconds, and then we are at the referee's discretion. Is that a big first game, Jock Quartermain? Had to award a penalty. And now, is Melbourne City's unbeaten run, perhaps. Here's Mercy. Oh, that's a nice ball over the top. Sienna Dale could seal it here for Canberra United. Dale couldn't get connection. She's frustrated. That'll maybe give City one last chance to launch forward. Mirez, long ball. Uchendu wins the header. Over the top for McNamara. Holly McNamara, squaring ball. Christopherson's got to get there. She's blocked the shot. And Canberra come away with it. Stanage Floody will run for the hills. It's taken out of play. Over 6 minutes of stoppage time has elapsed. And that's full time. Canberra United have done it. They have become the first team in 30 home and away games to defeat Melbourne City. They are finally breached. They are finally defeated. And it comes at the hands of a Canberra United side on a 4-game winning run who are looking irrepressible at the moment. Emma Hawkins and Michelle Heyman on the score sheet for Canberra, but it was an incredibly lion-hearted effort from the whole side. They didn't stop running the whole game after 3 games in 8 days. The story is all about Canberra this evening. Michelle Heyman at the centre of it all, as she always is. And this Canberra United side could be destined for big, big things this season. What a moment for them. Victory, Sydney and City in a week, and they've beaten all of them. Unbelievable. Home fans absolutely delighted. Full time at McKellar Park. It is Canberra United 2, Melbourne City 1.
Of course, those were the sights last week here at McKellar Park when Canberra United did what no other team could in 30 matches against Melbourne City. Of course, we are here for the game against the Central Coast Mariners, currently delayed due to lightning. Have a beautiful rainbow overlooking McKellar Park. Hopefully positive signs for things to come at the moment. Of course, we're locked in a stalemate at the moment throughout. Now let's have a quick look at what we've been able to see in the play so far. So while there hasn't been any goals as of yet, there has been a couple of chances, predominantly for the home team here. Teresa, a beautiful ball whipped in by Josie Alessino.
Yeah, look, we saw it a number of times, Canberra getting forward really efficiently. You had Sasha Grove bombing forward to create that overload. Michelle Heyman, she's been creating everything in terms of near assists. But the only thing missing from Canberra United really is the finishing touch there. And as we see that cross in from Bethany Gordon, once again, Michelle Heyman head up, cuts it across. Hawkins in a really good position, overpowers Taryn King there, and once again could not get the ball in the back of the net.
Yeah, well, there was plenty of action last week across round 7 in the Ninja A-League, and of course now that we're in the thick of it, it's really starting to take shape for this season. Let's have a look at how the matches played out last weekend.
Center of attention, I can't deny. They all want a piece, like a slice of pie. I'm shining bright, I steal the show. The spotlight's mine, I make it glow. All eyes on me, all eyes on me, all eyes on me, all eyes on me.
We kick off this week's Ninja A-League highlight show with a midweek round 5 clash between Canberra United and Sydney FC. Both coaches made 2 changes to their starting lineups from the previous weekend. Anthony Jagranek handed Jasmine Wardlow a run on debut this season, while American attacker Emma Hawkins replaced Sienna Dale, who dropped back to the bench. Ante Juric brought back Tori Tumif after she overcame an illness, and Kaylee Talon-Henniker joined the starting 11. A 3rd straight win for Canberra would elevate them to the top of the table against the undefeated Sky Blues.
Olasino from distance! Wonderful save, Robertson. Keep that clean sheet record alive. Olasino, her eyes lit up. Gordon. Sasaki on the edge of the area. Nanako Sasaki again making the back post run was Emma Hawkins. Again, just out of her reach. This is promising stuff from Canberra. Sasaki's back post delivery met by Wardlow. And past the back post. She got good connection on the head of the 28-year-old. And that's a wonderful turn from Hawkins. Hawkins, Taylor Young, good first touch, Taylor Young! Just flashing over the corner of the goal. Nice turn from Halmerick. Ambitious, but it did look for a moment like it might be dropping into that top corner. That's a nice touch from Heyman, finding Grove. Sasha Grove, will she take on the shot? A squaring ball. Heyman will make no mistake. Michelle Heyman gives Canberra United a well-earned lead. The home side finally have the breakthrough and Sydney FC have finally breached. But they'll look to fly forward here. Tori Jumeth. Look at the run of Sasha Grove on the right-hand side, and that's exactly where the ball will go. Sasha Grove on her left. Oh my goodness. Oh, that almost beat last week's. Bethany Gordon's delivery into the penalty area once again. Dale! She does get her first goal. The 18-year-old off the bench doubles Canberra's advantage. And Anthony Jagranek and the crowd here in Canberra absolutely delighted for the youngster. Speaking of energy, Sasha Grove back to Gordon. Anthony Gordon thought about it, instead will lift it forward. Sienna Dale! Oh, so close to her second. It is Canberra United who have come away with the win this afternoon at Mackellar Park. Sydney FC defeated for the first time this season. Their defence breached after 4 consecutive clean sheets. Michelle Heyman and Sienna Dale for the first time in this competition on the score sheet. Canberra United, the much better side really from minute 1 to minute 90. Full time in Canberra, it is Canberra United 2, Sydney FC 0.
Refreshed from a bye, Perth faced Wellington Phoenix in their distance derby, the first Glory game of the season at the Sam Kerr Football Centre. After 4 straight losses, Glory coach Stephen Peters made 6 changes to his run-on side, spearheaded by the return of captain Isabel Dalton. Beth Priestman welcomed back Football Ferns keeper Victoria Essen from a calf injury. Lucia Leon made her Knicks starting debut, and Nepalese fan favourite Samba made a back-to-back starts after a 1-0 loss to Melbourne City.
Beautiful ball across this time to Wall. She'll look to take on John Stan Gall. Will whip it in. Oh, and had to be parried away by Morrison. Cassidy comes in low and flat. Well, there's shouts for a handball instead. The corner given. Here come the Phoenix. Lovely ball from Leon. Samba looks to dance one way and the other. Can she find the connection there? Samba! And it sails over the top. But my goodness, that was an exciting opportunity for the Phoenix. The crowd are absolutely behind it too. Elliott. Looks like a training drill here from the Phoenix. Nunn comes out, puts it up. The header goes up. There's a scramble in the box, and Gabby Holler is called upon to clear the ball. Elliott. The scramble somehow doesn't find the back of the net. Leon. And it's an easy collection from Morrissey. Connected players, Main. Fresh legs, goes for the run. Emma Main connects with Samba and it skips past. Now the opportunity. And rattles around and Laura Wall. Again, look at those passes. This is the difference here. The way that Wellington are moving forward. Samba takes it in on the left boot. Samba, it's a great save from Morrissey. And she gets a massive round of applause from her defenders. Great vision there to spot Elliott. Mania Elliott! And goes wide! Hong Song Cam. And it's in the back of the net. Perth have broken the deadlock. And it's something spectacular from the substitute. Funkunkan gets her 10th goal for the Glory and puts them in front. Directly from a corner. And Michaela Ryan blows the whistle. This is how much it means to the Glory. Their first home win of the campaign. And they snap that 4-game losing streak. So it's full time here at the Sam Kerr Football Centre. It is Perth Glory 1, Wellington Phoenix 0.
Newcastle Jets return to number 2 Sports Ground looking to atone for their F3 derby loss to the Mariners against the visiting Brisbane Roar. Kelly Brown recovered from a concussion to take her place in the Jets starting 11. Lauren Allen was missing due to a calf strain, while there were debuts for Emma Bates and Olivia Page. The Roar were without captain Tamika Yallop, who suffered a hamstring tear in last week's win in Adelaide. The Matildas veteran was replaced by Kaya Stevenson.
Here's Bry's delivery, here is Brown. And that first goal for Newcastle, proving elusive as she posts that one wide. She would have at least wanted to force a save out of Lincoln. Kaya Stevenson is played in, Quilamu in the middle, so too is Fryer. What a chance. What a chance for Brisbane. So it was Brown who spurned the chance at one end and Fryer has skied it there. Brown still down, but Ayres is it. Melina Ayres scores for Newcastle. Finally gets her second of the season after being denied in recent weeks. And the Jets sharpshooter makes it 1-0 in Newcastle.
Well, how about this turn and finish there for Ayres? She really took on Hayashi there. And the brilliant finish with her left foot. Amazing stuff there from the Jets.
Dundas over the top. It bounced and it spun away from Varley. And Kelly Brown is brought down, is she? Yes, she is. It's a penalty to Newcastle. Well, Varley got herself all tangled up and Kelly Brown took her on, was felled. Newcastle go to the spot. And with a clear head, that is a clinical penalty from Kelly Brown to open her account in gold. She's looking for the cross here, floating it up towards Fryer at the back post, and Lead had to be sharp down to her right. It was only a toe from Fryer.
And save it.
A problem all of a sudden for Brisbane, who have given the ball away. Brown versus Varley. Brown stepped away from Varley, and Medwin, and toe pokes it over the bar. Well, you just cannot take your eyes off this match. Oh, Davis, how's she done that? And Copus Brown was like a red carpet was rolled out there for Libby as she danced through the opening. Breyer from distance. Oh, Lincoln can't stop it, and Breyer. Well, it was a tracer bullet. Yes, it should have been stopped, but it was so powerful. And she's got a second of the season, and it's 3-0 to the Jets.
Well, how about the ball across from Copus Brown and Breyer? She had acres of space in front of her. She let rip, and what a shot that was, an absolute stinger.
It's Newcastle with the perfect response to their derby disappointment. And they soar level at the top of the Ninja A-League ladder. Who saw that coming at the start of the season? Full time in Newcastle. The Jets 3. Brisbane Roar 0.
At Amy Park, Melbourne Victory was on the rebound from a loss in Canberra last time out. Coach Jeff Hopkins listed Taylor Ray and Laura Pickett on his team sheet, while Nikki Flannery made her long-awaited return to the bench from a hamstring injury. Their opponents, Adelaide United, were looking to break a 10-year drought against Victory in Melbourne. Paige Zoy started against her former side, while Emily Condon dropped back to the bench alongside former Jet Lara Gooch.
High delivery, deep. Morrison there gets the header back across. Still swirling around. Morrison gets a boot to it. Out to Polisena, who tees up from long range. And an early save required from Claudia Jenkins.
Take an extra touch, just maintain possession first and foremost.
Healy to Dorber, back to Healy. This is a good build-up. Zoyce, she can tee up from long range. Deflection off Polisina. Healy brings it down this time. Erin Healy! And what a great save from Courtney Newbon. And that was the best piece of attack we've really seen from Adelaide all game. Too long, picked off by Healy. Now, if she can get her head up, she'll see some numbers in support. Erin Healy with the strike, and what a save from Courtney Newbon. Victory getting themselves in a world of unnecessary trouble, and Erin Healy almost punishing them for it. Tough afternoon. Holly Murray had to be alert as her and Furphy getting into it, and Furphy able to clear away and then defended well by Zoyce. And then the edge of the box, there is Rachel Lowe slotting it in. The seas parted and she found the ball in the back of the net. Finally, they get the reward. Melbourne victory for some of the pressure. Holly Furphy once again involved. Furphy cutting it across. And late into the box was Sophia Sakalis. Just couldn't direct it, but dangerous. White. Healy. It's a poor pass, picked off. Polisina sets her eyes on goal. And just sailing too high in the end. Switch sides. Seen her on the right for the majority of this game. Cutting it through, and there's Nikki Flannery. I think maybe she was surprised at how much space she ended up having in time. Taranto. Turning, shooting, and wide was Macris. It's been a difficult afternoon for Adelaide United, really struggled to create, but for Melbourne victory, a goal from Rachel Lowe in the 49th minute. And Amy Park finishes Melbourne victory 1, Adelaide United 0.
At McKellar Park, Canberra United were eyeing off a 4th straight win, this time against the undefeated defending premiers Melbourne City. Coach Anthony Jagranek made just one change from the team that defeated Sydney FC midweek. Emma Robers replaced Jasmine Wadlow, who dropped back to the bench. For City, Michael Matrichani handed starts to Daniela Butcherus and Devon Jackson following last week's narrow win against Wellington Phoenix. Laura Hughes was missing due to a knee injury.
Speaking of players with engines, spoke about Sasha Grove, but Natalie Young got through a mountain of work in midfield on Wednesday. A hairy moment for Sally James. The ball ricocheting off Holly McNamara. There's an errant pass. McNamara picks it up. McKenna racing in front of her. McNamara shoots onto the post. McKenna still battling for it, and Sasaki does well. The offside flag was raised in any case. Defense splitting pass. Sino poking it through. Sasaki. Cross dealt with. It's come out to Grove. Just over the crossbar. She's got a taste for it this season, Sasha Grove. McKenna goes herself off the post and cleared away. Well, Letitia McKenna so close to the spectacular. Sally James did just enough. It's Melbourne City who will get us back underway. Letitia McKenna standing over the ball. And we are back underway. Fascinating battle between two sides. Looking to walk away with 3 points. Canberra United, 3 games, 1 in a row, looking to make it 4. Ball played through to Hawkins. Emma Hawkins! Good save, Mires. and it's cleared away mere seconds after the halftime break. Bertolicio will retain possession. Sasaki, Nanaka Sasaki towards the back post! And Canberra have the open up! It's Emma Hawkins who came so close seconds after the break. Lovely touch around McMahon. And that's a nice ball too, into the path of Hayley Taylor-Young. Taylor-Young, the cross, Heyman! And it's two! Canberra United double their advantage against the defending premiers. Could this be the game where City's home and away unbeaten run is broken? So it's City on the attack again. Sasha Grove, tireless, running down 18 Keane. Keane wins the battle. Into the penalty area, goes to ground. And the referee awards a penalty. Holly McNamara stepping up. Straight into the bottom corner. Melbourne City get their goal back. It's through Holly McNamara. Canberra United have done it. They have become the first team in 30 home and away games to defeat Melbourne City. They are finally breached. They are finally defeated. And it comes at the hands of a Canberra United side on a 4-game winning run who are looking irrepressible at the moment. Home fans absolutely delighted. Full time at McKellar Park. It is Canberra United 2, Melbourne City 1.
Finally to Wanderers Football Park, where former Matilda Chloe Berryhill was slotted straight into the home side starting 11 for their match against Central Coast Mariners. The Wanderers were chasing their second win of the season to climb off the bottom of the ladder. The Mariners, who snapped a 3-game losing streak with an F3 derby win against the Jets, selected Annalie Grove in goal to replace Sarah Langman, who tore her ACL last weekend.
Good win back by the Wanderers. Yuan Kong looking to thread the needle for Sonny, whose pace was brilliant. A huge chance for the Wanderers. Can Kong get a shot away? Won't happen that time around for Kim So-Yoon. This one has fallen the way of Coco DeCipio, bouncing towards goal and in! Well, the Mariners go straight up the other end and create a special moment for Izzy Coco DeCipio. Her first goal at Ninja A-League level. And one that is a long time in the making for a player who's had to battle to get to a moment like this. This one comes in, it's missed by Matos. Not clean contact though from Izzy Gomez. Quilligan. Second crack perhaps for Martin. Lifts the ball in, Karma's second guest. Here is Izzy Gomez! 2 for the Mariners. Izzy Gomez on the board again against Western Sydney. And it is the former Wanderer who doubles the visiting side's advantage. It's a great pass from Gomez. Peter Trimmis wide. She would love to add to her tally. Peter Trimmis. Oh. That's a better ball, and here is a chance for Sonny. Just fluff the lines at the crucial moments. Any contact there, and we could be talking about a different scoreline. To see what she'll do with this one. She picks out Eunice well. Eunice lifts the ball in, plenty of Wanderers there, and it's off the post. Oh, a glorious chance to set up a grandstand finish. Goes begging for the Wanderers. The early season success stories. The Mariners will go there full of confidence if they see this one out. Ying. Saad. Clever pass. Eunice going for it. Oh, wow! Game on at Wonderland.
She can't hold on to that.
And it's a piece of brilliance from Talia Yunus. That sets up the grandstand finish. What's a way to get your first goal in the Ninja A-League. The late scare survived, but the Mariners taste 3 points on the road for the first time this Ninja A-League season. Back-to-back wins for the reigning champions. The full-time score in the final game of round 7. Western Sydney Wanderers 1, Central Coast Mariners 2.
Canberra United lead the Ninja A-League after 4 straight wins. They're a point ahead of Melbourne Victory, followed by Newcastle Jets on 10 points. The Mariners, Sydney FC and Brisbane Roar round out the top 6. Join us again next week for another action-packed edition, featuring the top 4 clash between Canberra United and the Mariners. Until then, it's goodbye.
We're back here at Matildas Park between Canberra United and the Central Coast Mariners. Of course, this game has had a little bit of a delay due to lightning. We're looking to hopefully get back underway very shortly. It's been locked at a stalemate when the game was put into a break because of those lightning strikes. 0-0 between the two sides, and haven't been able to see too much happen between the two. A couple of good chances for Canberra, a couple of forward bursting runs for Central Coast Mariners, but pretty even across the board, Teresa Polias.
Yeah, it certainly was pretty even. I think Canberra United did have a few pretty clear-cut chances that they created going forward, winning the ball in the midfield and taking advantage of that transition. But all in all, pretty even. No massive chances where we thought, wow, you know, that was an absolute sitter.
Yeah, even looking at the XG, it's 0.21 versus 0.02. So let's have a look at how Canberra United started the game. Of course, Sally James has been phenomenal so far this season, leading the league in saves. And of course, the only change really coming into this squad was the introduction of Jasmine Wardlow, Tegan Bertolissio to the bench. Of course, plenty of attacking firepower on the bench for Canberra United. Sienna Dale scored her debut Ninja A-League goal 2 weeks ago against Sydney. So a lot of players that come on to make a massive injection.
Yeah, there's plenty of depth in that Canberra United squad, which they've built on from last season. So great youngsters on that bench as well that Jaggerinet can draw on.
And of course, they're on a brilliant 4-match winning streak so far. If you stuck around with us across the break, you would have seen some of the goals they've been scoring. Of course, broke that deadlock against Melbourne City, who were on a 30-match undefeated run in the regular season in the Ninja A-League. Of course, also won against Sydney the week beforehand. And who could forget that victory against Melbourne Victory, of course. And so they've been on a real hot run of form lately, had some early losses in the season, but we're sitting pretty at the top of the table coming into this round. Don't have that spot at the moment thanks to Melbourne Victory's win over the Newcastle Jets. And let's have a little bit of a look at Central Coast Mariners lineup as well. So not many changes here either for this particular squad. But of course, we've seen Isabel Gomez all really getting involved and doing some of that heavy work in that press to try and win ball back in really key situations too.
Certainly, yeah, she's their go-to in terms of things going forward and even goals, to be honest. Her ability to nowadays bomb into the box and finish chances is really great, and she's extremely important to the Mariners.
Yeah, of course, and then even looking at the bench, Vani Prakash, Millie Farrow, Tiana Fuller, all players who, again, can really provide that firepower and attack. So wouldn't be surprised from either coaches. Probably not now up to the restart of play, but definitely deeper in the second half, we'll see some attacking firepower changes.
Yeah, they've certainly got game changers on that bench. I mean, Prakash can come on and run riot. Millie Farrow's a great goal-scoring choice there, and of course Tiana Fuller as well. So plenty of attacking options for the Mariners should the game remain the way it is.
Well, we've spoken about how both teams have lined up. Let's have a look at the highlights of the match so far. So like you said, we're still locked at a stalemate at the moment. Canberra having the better of the chances of the two teams. Has Lucas at the very start where we saw this. Robers finding that ball through to Alessino there. Just almost puts it on a platter for Hawkins in the right spot, making the right run, but just couldn't direct it towards goal.
Yeah, and a lot of this good play is coming from Canberra United being first to the ball in the midfield and winning those duels. So Sally James this time gets the ball forward, and Michelle Heyman's doing a great job of linking up with players around her and setting things up. You saw Sasha Grove there make that inverted run and get forward. And the Mariners, they didn't mark her. It was a free shot there. Once again, Heyman lobs it over. Bethany Gordon in a really good forward position, tries to cut it across. A little too close to Annalie Grove there, but Hawkins in dangerous positions again. She's ready and waiting for it. The only thing missing is it hasn't hit the back of the net. Here's another really good chance. Once again, Michelle Heyman, what a great game she's having in terms of setting things up. And this was probably one of Hawkins' best chances, and perhaps she should have left that there for Bethany Gordon coming through to finish.
Yeah, it's been really, as the players come back onto the pitch now too, you've seen it multiple times throughout those highlights and through the game so far, how many players are streaming into the box for Canberra United when they are making those forward runs. It really does seem that is the way that they're anticipating those attacks this season.
They've got that real positive mindset about them. They're making things happen out there. They look confident, and that the best thing, way to tell is, like you just said, players bombing forward, getting into really good positions. And another thing I'm liking about Canberra United is they're building up from the back and in tight spaces, whereas we didn't see much of that from them last season.
No, and again, you look at what the changes have happened in the last 3 seasons in particular. 2 seasons ago, they missed out on finals, finished second last. They were a pretty high goal-scoring team, but they just conceded a lot too. Some really exciting games, especially if you're in the broadcast team. But then last season, they seemed to grind out some more of those results. And this season, they've started off so strong. Spoken about it, but again, it does warrant a re-mention. The fact that they've beaten Victory City and Sydney for the first time in one season, and we're only in round 8 at the moment, shows really positive signs for how they've been able to take their team from year to year and season to season. And Anthony Jagarinek has spoken about it, that a lot of the players that he got last season, he was adapting his playing style to the squad at his disposal. Now with another season and a full pre-season and having some input and some of those players coming in, he really has made those choices and now to actually complement his style rather than the other way around.
Spot on, Georgia. It's no fluke beating those big 3 teams. So a huge statement from Canberra United.
And Josie Alessino, another player that, Box Hill United have spoken about across the broadcast because of the sheer amount of players who have picked up a Ninja A-League contract this season after the Victorian NPLW. Another player who started the season with the Box Hill before the A-League women players joined the season when that transfer window opens. But so instrumental for Canberra United, has started every game, has been so much work.
And I think that tells you about the culture that Canberra United have within their group, that there's so many youngsters. Another one is Sienna Dale, who's come in, and she's been likened to an absolute legend of our game, Lisa Devanna. So these are big statements, and these youngsters are coming into this squad and playing really, really well, and that comes down to the culture that Canberra United have, that they're coming in so comfortably, being themselves and doing their best out there. And you mentioned before about, Jagarinek's, the way he's, targeted certain players and to play the way he wants them to. Well, I think they're bringing it all together in terms of attack and defence, because they're really organised this season, and teams are finding it hard to break them down and get out of their back third, as we're seeing a little bit today with the Mariners.
Yeah, looking at one of the quotes, he said that he was really happy with where they are at the moment, and especially about, don't need to add a lot more to what we've done in the past couple games. And even when they're coming up a different opponent like the Central Coast Mariners, and who play a different shape, play a different style, it is those little tweaks week to week rather than trying to do something drastic with the squad at his disposal. Well, having a look at the Mariners players in their warm-up now too, they had a couple of chances, had most of their opportunities coming quickly off that counter tee.
They did. I think they were a little bit lethargic in what we saw of that first half. We saw a lot of the coaches on the side having to kind of motivate the players and give out instructions. So perhaps they were a little second to the ball and not exactly where they needed to be. But when breaks like this happen in a match, it can really shift the momentum. So they'd be happy that the game was at 0-0 when the play stopped. So surely they would have gone in and made a few tweaks to what was happening out there. They're going to warm up again. They kind of get a second chance here, the Mariners. I don't think they would have been happy with what they sort of put out there in that, first 24 minutes. So this is a second chance for them to come out and really put it to Canberra.
I think even if it wasn't this scoreline, I think both coaches would have gone into the sheds and said, it's 0-0 players, let's just play out, do the full coaching cliche in that moment. But even seeing what, these players warm up, as the pictures are currently showing, it does give that really good indication of what we're kind of looking to expect. A lot of movement from some of the players in substitute versus Vani Prakash really spending a lot of time warming up. Wonder if we're going to see potentially her come on. She started quite a few of the first games, was involved quite heavily in dead ball duties as well. A lot of free kicks being taken and corners being taken by her. Another player that's moved across from Western United in the off-season. But you look at these players and know what they've been capable of. So many of them would be those champions from last season. Again, it's a new coach for them. A lot of players have come in and out. Their captain, well, for most of that grand final, most of the season last year, Bianca Gallagher, just made the move to Sydney. Taryn King missed most of the season due to an ACL. How have you seen Taryn King's particular return to more consistent minutes this season and as a leader in the Central Coast side?
Look, I think they really missed Taryn King last season, and yeah, they'd be happy to have her back there because she's got a lot of experience in this league, and in terms of organisation at the back there, it's pivotal for a team. So yeah, you mentioned the likes of Vani Prakash, and I think one thing that both teams in today's match have going for them is depth. So they can call upon a player to come in and change a game. And if there's anything tactical that's not working out there, they certainly have plenty of options. And although the Mariners did lose a lot of firepower to other clubs and overseas last season, I think they've done really well to recruit the players that they have. So I've really liked seeing who they've brought in. I think Millie Farrow is a huge player for them. If she can stay healthy in this season and build up her minutes, I think the sky's the limit for her.
Absolutely, and you can see Cannon Clough on the screen there. Has a new name, according to our team sheet. Cannon Regal, of course, got engaged a couple of months ago, will be her future name now. So she has got it on the back of the shirt in this game too. Of course, was a former Canberra United player a couple seasons ago too. Would imagine she'd have some pretty fond memories scoring her first Ninja A-League goal here in McCullough Park too.
Yeah, certainly. I think players enjoy visiting teams that they once played for, and they certainly would have a lot of intel. I think their own coach would really love the intel that they would have on their former team. So yeah, she'd be loving coming back to McKellar Park.
And Corey Babington, of course, first season here in the Ninja A-League, has been, as you spoke about before, a real pivotal youth development coach. Was last year the interim coach in the Australian Under-20s side, the young Matildas. And big step up. How is it different coaching a senior side like that rather than a youth development or a technical side?
I think it's great that Corey Babington's in the league in terms of youth development. He would know so many young players coming through, you know, for the future. But yeah, look, it's different, you know, being a coach of a national team as compared to you know, a regular season team. So yeah, there's lots for that he'd be learning as well, that week to week with your players. When you're in a national team setting, you don't see your players often, and you're more on the road sort of tracking their progress and their form, whereas, you know, it'd be different him seeing his players day in, day out. So I think he's doing an incredible job for, you know, his first time in the league, and you know, his team's a little bit up and down to start with, but good enough form to show their true potential later in the season, I think.
And that's the beauty of having a full home and away season like we do in the Ninja A-League these days. It really means that, you know, by round 8, teams aren't really pulled out completely from finals contention, especially with an 11-team season like we have now. 6 opportunities for teams to come in. There's opportunities for late runs. We know we saw it with Canberra United. That second last match where we saw the scenes of them finding out the score and the result in that 4-4 Brisbane Western Sydney Wanderers game. It has, and of course, Central Coast Mariners, well, they won it from 5th position, so from 4th position rather. So there's all these great storylines that can come, and you never know, moving into the very last moments, who can potentially make finals. And we've seen a lot of teams have results against the other teams that might have not been the favourites going into the matchup.
Yeah, look, in the previous format of the competition, you lost 3 games and you're virtually out of contention for finals. So it's really great to see that the league, you know, has the full 2 rounds, and it gives everyone an opportunity late in the season. We saw last season it came down to the wire, and so many teams were vying for those top 6 positions, and it just makes it so much more exciting for the players and the fans.
Well, we've had over an hour now between the last kick of a ball, players making their way back onto the field. Final warm-ups underway. Bethany Gordon leading the league in assists at the moment. I will claim the goal for her, and that Melbourne victory win a couple of weeks ago. Took a wicked deflection off Sasaki, but very instrumental in that play too. So it'll be Liz Anton standing over the situation, over the ball there. Of course, the player of the season for Canberra last year. Made the move across as well. The football fern. So the lightning and the storm as past year. Still warm conditions here in Canberra. Not the easiest conditions to be playing in, T.
No, certainly not. That stifling heat, yeah, makes it really hard for players, and that onset of fatigue comes a lot quicker. So same for both teams, though. You've got to manage that.
Liz Anton gets us back underway. It's a long ball pumped. Barwick Gray gets a little bit of a touch to it. Will be the goal kick. Seemingly after the ball had already crossed the line. Barwick Gray, another player who did so well in New South Wales NPLW, was part of the team of the season, and Rover's just going over the top of Coco DeCipio there, just having a little bit of a knee knock to the back. Takes a moment to just regather her breath.
Rober's just nothing intentional there, but on the way through, definitely got a decent amount of contact on Coco DeCipio there. It's always that awkward spot there on the ribs, very painful, but she's back up, which is good to see.
Grove looking down the line, progressing forward more, just again for another throw. Canberra United. Elisino tries to dance in front of Bauman. Foul given. Well, it's a fair way out, but you'd have to say it's a pretty good position for Canberra to be in right now. They've got some great ball deliverers. Bethany Gordon seeming to be the one in charge here. She's been able to create situations somewhere not too far from here before.
Little clip on Olisino there, which earned her the foul. Not too much in that one, but yeah, good position here for Canberra United. Looks like Bethany Gordon is going to put this ball in. Within shooting range, yes, but I'm guessing she's going to put that in for the likes of perhaps Michelle Heyman.
Well, could she potentially add another assist to her tally? Gordon comes a little bit short, still alive in the box. Gomez just does enough to flick it on backwards. And Sasaki will make sure that goes out. So a little bit short in the end there from Gordon, but again, the positive signs from Canberra.
Yeah, it was a bit of a short cross in here, but awkward enough of a bounce that could have led to something.
Well, given the rain that's come through as well, you'd say the pitch is quite well watered. You can see. So there's also got to judge the conditions here on display.
The ball is certainly moving swiftly along that wet pitch now, which lots of players do enjoy. A lot of teams do water their pitches before the games, but it's been done for them today.
I know, I've seen quite a few players accidentally get caught out in that halftime warm-up when the sprinklers come on.
I think it's a warm enough day not to worry too much about that.
Gomez and Quilligan brought down in quick succession. Sasaki and then Gordon through the middle.
Yeah, Gordon just swiping Quilligan there. Definite foul. She put her hand up to apologise.
Bauman crossed in, spinning ball, but James more than competent to judge that bounce. Great work from Gomez there to just bring it back into the legs of Taylor Young. Martin has to look again. Takes her time with her decision making. Connects with the head of Trimis. Heyman takes the throw quickly, knows the run of Alessino is on. Alessino goes in front. Isabella Musson reaching straight into the pocket to Barrett Gray. The first yellow card of the encounter. A pretty professional foul there from Barrett Gray to stop the run of Alessino.
Yeah, the ref had no choice here but to bring out the yellow ticket. That's a professional foul there on Alessino. Certainly from behind, trying to break up that transition forward. And Canberra United get another free kick. Similar position, a little wider than the last one. And Bethany Gordon will now be hoping to get a bit better contact on this and get it into the position she desires.
The right footer, so again, we'll look to try and go potentially a bit more distance this time. Gordon up in the air. Oh, just heaps. And Wardlow had connected the header. Grove got low for the save, but the offside flag already raised. It seemed that it was just a full line of Canberra players, like they were the defenders after that free kick.
Yeah, the Mariners stepped up and played that offside trap in this case, but there was a little bit of time there where they were nervously waiting for that whistle to go.
Is that the danger when trying to set the trap like that?
It's always a danger in particularly set pieces because you need everyone on the same page. If you've got one player that doesn't step up and keep somebody on side, it's a potential goal.
Grove digs it well. Hawkins off the body of King. And she'll go down, take a moment to get back up. She waves away. Mawson just needs a moment to just settle herself up there. Bit of hard contact looking to the leg. But great breakaway. All started from that ball from Taylor Young to Grove, two players who've played so much of their junior game together and now their senior game at Canberra. Gomez, well, very obvious tug of the shirt from Sasaki, and of course Gomez was always going to protest in the direction of the referee.
Yeah, strong protest there from Izzy Gomez. Her and Sasaki have really been at each other in this match, and you can see that tug on the jersey. It's a clear tug back there, and certainly a free kick.
Mariners unable to make the most of it. And again, good work there from Trimis, just getting that little bit of, Gomez rather, just getting that little bit of a block in. Mariners win back the ball. Krasula dancing on it. Gomez just standing in place, allowing Decipio to do the work around her. Taylor Young streaming through. Again, the arm wrestle we've seen for most of this game so far that's been taking place in the middle of the park continues on. Quilligan looks back. Now the build-up from the Mariners. Heyman just dances in front of Krasula, takes the ball calmly as you like it, but the follow-on play doesn't quite connect. Now a long loopy ball there. Grove holds her space, holds her patience, waiting for it to come to her. Again, Alessino just getting that foot in front, that body in front slightly. Heyman staging her run well. Directing her players where she wants them to be for support. Alessino doesn't have the opportunity to really rocket the shot away. Dealt with well by the Mariners defense. We're seeing a bit more fluid movement from both teams. They're able to hold the ball well. There hasn't been as much stop-start due to throw-ins or fouls. And now we'll have a little bit of respite. Do you think Grove will take some seconds here and just temper the play? she's on the deck and challenge siding in.
She looks to be in a bit of pain, Quilligan, and here's her on the ball, and a bit of a follow through there from Olasino, and certainly be painful, that one. Just definitely asking the referee whether that was a foul, and not sure that the ref saw that.
Well, in terms of fouls coming into this game, Mariners actually have the most yellow cards of any team with 11, now 12. And Canberra was third. And in terms of fouls, Canberra second, Central Coast third. So both teams that have really been getting
physical teams, yeah.
Think of it with the fights in terms of trying to win that ball in the contest so far this season.
Well, I think the longer this match is a stalemate, I think the more we're going to see that fiery side come out of each team.
Taylor Young now trying to break free. Taylor Young looks to square the ball. In fact, it'll be the first corner for Canberra in this match. The first corner overall here in the 36th minute.
Well, great run forward here from Taylor Young. She tries to cut that back and earns a corner for her team.
And she has that real ferocity in her style of play. Will do whatever she can to get her team over the line. Sasaki. Lofty ball. Robers on the head. Back from Krasula. Gordon gets down low. Sasaki whips it back in. It flashes past everyone and Grove's able to collect. For two really positive passages of play for Canberra.
Yeah, two dangerous balls in. The first phase there, you had a really important intervention from Greta Krasula, and that ball was heading straight to Michelle Heyman in a goal-scoring area, and we know she would have done the damage there, but Krasula did really well to get in front. The ball came back in, and Hawkins couldn't get it into the goal, but Grove was aware of it. She was in a good position to be sure to collect the ball.
James through the centre of the park. Skips under the feet of Heyman. Small collision between the referee and Olasino. Krasula out wide to Martin. Wants to invite the cross in. Can see Rasmussen. And it just skips off the foot of Liz Anton. So the Mariners themselves win themselves a corner.
Dangerous enough ball forward there for the Mariners to force that error and earn a corner. And I want a good delivery here from Quilligan, because this is a really good chance for them to get in front.
Their first corner, they've only had the one shot so far, none on target. James, an outstretched arm just to try and parry it a little bit, and Sasaki forced it clear. Gets a round of applause from the Canberra faithful here at McKellar Park. But a decent delivery in.
Yeah, not a bad delivery, but really good, confident, strong goalkeeping there from Sally James. Strong hand as well.
Gordon trying to get around the body of Gomez. Well, Gomez protesting that no ball was collected there, just herself. Bauman. A great intervention from Heyman. Enough there from Gomez to Trimmers just to skip past. And Taylor Young using great work through her centre of gravity to get low to claim it. Now Canberra, we've seen them, their confidence game when they're able to do some build-up. Gordon goes to ground, quick to get back on her feet. There's plenty of physical pressure in this game as we approach less than 5 minutes. Regulation time in this first half. Of course, had that bit of the hour and a bit delay due to lightning.
Certainly heating up out there between the teams. There's been a few clashes here and there between players, which adds to that feistiness of the game. You've got Olasino in a few battles and Sasaki and Gomez.
Canberra, well, we've seen them plenty of times throughout this game try and use that right flank and try and progress through Grove. More so in that before we had that break. We've seen a bit more even channels being used by Canberra since we've restarted play. I think that's potentially one of the conversations I was had about trying to switch off rather than trying to use the right side each time.
Yeah, I think, you know, there wasn't much for Canberra United to talk about, but if you had to pick on something or nitpick, so to speak, perhaps that was something mentioned. But I would say there was more talk in the Mariners sheds, and they've come out with more energy in this after the stoppage. So I think Corey Babington would be happy with that, but wouldn't either team love a goal before the halftime break?
Well, here comes Annalise Rasmussen. The spots James off her line a little bit. Unsure if it was directly across or directly a shot. The offside flag goes up against Coco DeCipio nonetheless. Put an end to that. Just the slight hand gestures from James.
Just having a sensational season so far. So much confidence. It's great to see.
Goalkeeper of the season, still early days, could be anyone. Robers does well to time her run to make sure she was always going to be in front of Coco DeCipio. It's still 27.5 degrees here, and well, warm conditions, you'd say, especially for a lot of people who would brave the Canberra winters and the Canberra summers. Wardlow. Making sure she won't run out of space. Quilligan, hot on her tail. Boots it centrally and over the line.
And Wardlow just slices that cross out. You can see in her reaction there, she's not happy with the ball she put in. Under no pressure there.
Coco DeCipio, straight, hands straight to the face. Just, I guess, one of those moments where you just turn to face and lose sight and lose track of the ball. Well, Izzy Gomez brings down Sasaki in the middle. We spoke about how often that battle happens, and now Gomez goes into the book. The second yellow card for a Mariner in this game, both of which in the first half. It's just been the tempers between these players. You spoke about Gomez and Gordon and Sasaki. They've really been in those intricate battles, and this time just bringing down Sasaki in the middle.
Yeah, it's that cycle of going at each other. Look, do I think that was a foul? I mean, she got the ball. It was from behind. I guess that's where the foul comes in, but
arguably the kicking away of the ball, not the easiest. Alessino now, great block from Bauman. A quick play from Canberra to really get that started and moving.
A quick, really clever idea there from Bethany Gordon. Quick little free kick. But Bauman on the ball there.
The former Newcastle Jet and Swiss international. Sasaki, high delivery, caught in the box. Oh, will be a goal kick. I'm seeing a lot of variance. There hasn't been too many corners throughout this match. A lot of variance of where that ball is being placed from Canberra. This time seemingly more high, more at the edge. We have 3 minutes of time added on to conclude this first half. Taylor Young, looking for the through ball, just too much pace behind it.
She opened up a shot for herself there, Taylor Young. She's certainly been proactive defensively and being first to the ball. She didn't get the contact, though, on that shot that she would have liked to. Straight to Grove.
Barwick Gray links up with her fellow defender Bauman. Long cross in, but no one quite making that run. James will just stop with her feet and encourage Gomez to approach her. Boot it long. Trimis. Big delivery, and Gomez. And Rover's just getting up in the air, just enough. Oh, smart work from Peter Trimis to really try and put that lofty ball in.
It was that run forward on the blind side again from Gomez, and Rover's recovered well enough to get in front and make sure Gomez didn't get that header.
Very dangerous player. You don't want anywhere near towards goal, especially in those moments, Izzy Gomez.
Absolutely. Although she is on a yellow card, so it'll be interesting to see how Canberra United play this now. And
there was a moment before in one of the clashes post-yellow card where you can almost see her pull out for a moment to not try and have any discussions with the referee. So
I think it's a part of Izzy Gomez's game she is needing to work on in terms of discipline or playing on emotions, which isn't a bad thing at all, but she is on a yellow and she's a player that's in the thick of the action, so she's got to be careful.
Lofty ball in, James up to collect in the air. And again, really positive signs from the Mariners as we go deeper into the half too.
Yeah, they've definitely played themselves into this match slowly, and certainly a lot more even now than it was that first 20-odd minutes.
Yeah, they were able to, potentially the side that has actually used that break to their advantage. They've slightly changed the way they were going about it. Maybe they've worked themselves into the game. We would have seen that regardless. But here they go again. Trimis, lovely ball. And Robers again, just getting in front of Rasmussen, the two 11s combining. And Robers has had some couple of seasons now with Canberra United since she's made the move.
Yeah, she's been so solid for Canberra United. Can play multiple positions as well, which is really handy in a squad.
Bauman. Well, the final whistle will blow for the end of this first half, an extended first half, but that neither team really been able to break the deadlock. We saw the better of the chances for Canberra United pre-lightning delay. Then after, it was pretty even for most of it. We saw a couple players pick up yellow cards, but the Central Coast Mariners really bring themselves in. While they might not have some of those statistics in their favour for what we have seen in their involvement in that latter part of the first 45, we definitely did see more positive signs moving forward.
Yeah, it seemed like a closer.
It's half-time here at McCullough Park. Canberra United 0, Central Coast Mariners 0. Hey, T, let's have a look at some of the highlights so far. We've seen plenty of them from the first 25 minutes, but we did actually get to add to them after that lightning break delay.
Yeah, it seemed like a more, I guess, closer encounter post-lightning delay. This was pre-lightning delay. Great ball in there from Olasino, and Hawkins with the head up there. She knew she missed probably the best opportunity of the match there, and Sasha Grove getting forward, gets a shot away. Not the best shot that she would have liked, but she's getting into those positions and troubling the Mariners' backline. Once again, Olasino links up with Heyman. Great little lob over the top, and Bethany Gordon attempts the cross, but Annalie Grove was able to intervene there, fortunately for the Mariners. And once again, great forward pass. The numbers, they were getting good numbers forward early on, Canberra United. Another chance goes begging.
Really, the last kind of opportunity we saw before we went into that lightning break. Of course, the first foul, the first yellow card of the game, they're going to Barrett Gray. That beautiful run from Olasino in the vision there. Offside trap, very well set by the Mariners too.
Great save there, though, from Annalie Grove. But, yeah, fortunate there for the Mariners. They played that trap well.
Well, let's have a look at the statistics so far. 6 shots for Canberra United, 4 on target. Yet to register a shot on target in the first 45 was the Mariners. Possession even out after being really dominant in favour of Canberra in the first 15 minutes. Passing accuracy, Canberra a little bit above the average, and Central Coast around about where they tend to be. The final third entries, again, this does speak to the fact that Central Coast Mariners were able to, and especially in those latter stages, really bring up those numbers in the back half of the first 45, and of course 2 yellow cards to the Mariners. We'll have to keep a real close eye on that, especially progressing with the way that the fouls have been playing out in the first 45 minutes of this match.
business United partners, tournament personal injury lawyers, Canberra Care, Birth Promo Signs and stoppage. Make sure you check out our official match day program participation. With everything you need to know about this match, team lineup, match back, scoring out the players, coaches and players. You can view the program digitally by scanning the QR code here at the venue.
Well, of course, it's halftime here at McKellar Park. It's locked in a stalemate at the moment. But who would not want to be a Matilda? Who wouldn't dream of representing our most popular team ever on the international stage? So where does the Ninja A-League fit into developing the next generation of national stars? Let's find out.
A-Leagues is super important. I think, you know, I built my career from playing in this league. I feel very proud to be part of the league. I love everything to do with the A-Leagues and playing at home in Australia, and you know, I'm that person who continues to play for the Matildas, and I want to always show people that, you know, playing at home, you can still be within the national team.
Healy with an attempt! Wow! Great save from Sally James.
The A-League contributes massive to preparing people for national team duties. You're playing with the best players that are currently based domestically week in, week out, and the league puts on a great competition that's super competitive.
Kostelakis makes a block. Kostelakis, great control of the ball.
Well, every week we get to face tough opponents, and it's something new and it's something super physical. So even when we come out here today, I think we're matching up against players that are really technical and really skillful as well as very physical. So I think every week having that and playing against each other prepares us for matches like this. And yeah, I think it's just such a great league to, especially as a young player, to develop from.
Goes for the shot and a brilliant goal from Alexia Kostelakis.
It gives an opportunity to produce some local talent, and I think especially here at Raw we've had some players who have made the national team, and I think that just proves the talent we do have, and I think that obviously expands throughout the whole league as well, so I think it's important.
Quilamu drives deflection! Grace Quilamu with the opening goal in Perth. She made her Matildas debut midway through the year.
It's critical because that's where the majority of our players are currently based, and we really need our players to be performing in their environments and getting the right support from their clubs and their coaches and their support staff. It's certainly a collaborative approach between us and them so that they can do what they did today, and that's really performed well at an international level, and that result is a cumulative of everyone's work. National teams, A-League players, A-League staff and the clubs alike.
The teenage sensation has done it again!
I would love for it to be less of a development league and more of a league where people stay and grow, regardless of age. Like, I would like people not to go overseas as much, right? To grow the league, but I think for now it's a really good breeding ground for new Matildas and people trying to push their way into the team.
It hits the woodwork and Pryor follows in. Tash Pryor. That might be a perfect farewell before Matilda's duty.
Going into camps where the players are playing at, Chelsea and all those kind of clubs, you would think it's a big step up, and it is, but I think players coming from the A-League, you've just, I guess, got to be ready for a quicker pace when you go in. It's a really welcoming group. Everybody's got each other's backs on and off the field, and I think it's a team that everybody feels really lucky to be involved in.
Heyman into the back of the net. Was it ever in doubt?
I think we're getting better and better every year. Our season's getting longer, we're getting more investment, and we're just growing. So, this is the place to shine. And if you can shine in this league, then you can go do whatever you like, internationally or not.
Of course, that's why we love the Ninja A-League so much, because it produces our senior Matildas. And of course, the Tillies will be one of 12 nations competing on our shores at the AFC Women's Asian Cup in March next year. Here's a reminder of what lies ahead.
1, 2, 3, best believe I got something up my sleeve. I'm a queen and I'm coming for my throne. Should've known your days were numbered. It's my turn, watch and learn. by Sawyer. It's incredible.
Well, we're going to get back underway very shortly here at McCullough Park. Currently a stalemate between the two sides, but plenty of opportunities for both in the first half. Canberra arguably having the better of the two. And of course, Canberra on a very important four-game winning streak at the moment. Mariners have picked up their own season as well, having now sitting on a two-game winning streak too. And you can see a little bit of conversation here with Adelaide Grove and the referees. Made the move in the off-season from Adelaide United, was their number one keeper for a number of years, came across Central Coast Mariners, and very unfortunately, Sarah Langman, who was the goalkeeper of the year in last season's Ninja A-League, has unfortunately done her ACL 2 weeks ago in the F3 derby, and it does look like we'll have a change as well for Canberra United. Number 7, Emma Hawkins, coming off at half-time, and Sienna Dale, number 19, for Canberra, coming on, and probably no better time than to introduce my co-commentator, Teresa Polias. Teresa, well, Sienna Dale has been quite the excitement machine so far this season, scored her first goal 2 weeks ago. It's a really attacking change there for Anthony Jagnerak and Canberra United.
Things you love to see, Georgia. No, it's really great. Shows the intent that Canberra have in this game. They want to win this. This is a home game that they desperately want to and really need to win. So good to see her out there. She brings a lot of excitement, plenty of speed and power as well.
And something a little bit different, I guess, Hawkins, what we saw as well, in terms of physicality in the way that they both go approach, how they both go for their attacking game. As we're back underway here at McCullough Park, Rasmussen for the Mariners gets us underway. Long ball, Rasmussen again receives it back, just gets caught in the tangle of feet. Robers doesn't quite clear it, but does just enough to bounce it off the feet. Beyond the line. Just confirmation of that substitution at halftime. So Sienna Dale on, Emma Hawkins off. The only change across the two teams so far. Of course, mate, Georgia Reich with you alongside Teresa Polias, and been quite an arm wrestle in the first half. Of course, we had that over an hour lightning delay that really kind of split the half in two as well. And Central Coast coming out arguably the better of the two sides in a lot of portion.
Yeah, I think that break in play worked wonders for the Mariners in particular. I thought pre-stoppage, Canberra United were more dominant and had created some good chances on goal. But credit to the Mariners, they tweaked a few things, came out with more energy, and although they didn't get as many shots away as they would have liked to, I think that's the next step in what they're trying to do. They certainly evened it up a bit.
To see a little brief pause from Sally James there. Again, Lucino happy to have scored that ball down. Wouldn't be surprised if she's not playing as far forward with that change happening with Sienna Dale. Quite the utility player, played pretty much every position for Box Hill United in the NPLW. Saw her even fill in at centre back at times. And here comes Sienna Dale, shrugs off Quill again. Dale bombing down the line, brings it central. And great work from King just to clear it away. You can see there already what the injection of a player like Dale does. Sasaki. Smart work there. Also shrug off from Gomez. Well, she did pick up that yellow card deep in that first half, so has to be really aware of her actions in this second.
Well, how about Sienna Dale here? Instant impact. Turned on a dime there and puts a good cross in. Really great to see her coming on as a sub and immediately having an impact. It's a free kick in a good area here for Canberra United.
So probably about the third free kick we've seen in a similar area. Again, Bethany Gordon standing over the ball. The first one was a bit short. The second one went a bit over. I wonder if now this is the Goldilocks porridge of the situation. Will she be able to connect with the head? We've seen Jasmine Wardlow be the target in quite a few of those high lofty ball situations for Canberra. Gordon in and bounces off the chest of Grove. Alessino takes a deflection. Dale just tries to break free on the edge of the 18-yard box. Well, the Canberra faithful really thought it was just a mistimed tackle, but looks like Sienna Dale actually collided with the feet after.
There's the ball in. Grove just punches it away. She initially fumbled that, and it's a bit of an awkward one for the Mariners there. Sienna Dale gets up, having a giggle there after that challenge. Good to see her enjoying her game.
Over 1,000 people here in attendance at McCullough Park today. 1,152 through the door. Always really well attending games here. And why wouldn't they be, considering how they've been playing so far this season? Haley Taylor-Young just rising in the air, able to direct it through to Alessino. Couldn't get the pass away. A lot of reliability and composure in the two centre-backs for the Mariners. And Rasmussen brought down by Gordon.
A bit of afters there. Rasmussen letting her know.
Gordon not shying away either.
Not shying away. This might set up a bit of a fiery second half.
A little bit of a conversation now taking place between Isabella Mawson and Rasmussen. Taryn King coming in to mediate a little bit as well.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think Rasmussen's trying to explain that Bethany Gordon kind of walked into that one, and there's merit to that, I think.
Always found it interesting. I think about 2 or 3 years ago, Bethany Gordon's stats always read even for fouls won and conceded, which really talks about the role that she plays in her teams.
Yeah, look, she's an enforcer out there, and every team needs a player like that out there.
Grove picking up the ensuing free kick. Razula. The flag had already been raised. I'm seeing Canberra score in every game so far this season. There was that 3-match run where the Mariners weren't able to score. They've had so much attacking power and firepower in their attack line as points as well. They had that huge 4-1 victory in the F3 derby a couple weeks ago. Gomez again trying to play that threaded ball through for Rasmussen.
Just weren't on the same page then. Gomez trying to thread it through for Rasmussen, who wanted it out of her feet in that instance.
And Colligan just losing her footing. Gordon more than happy to stream forward. Gives it to her captain in Heyman. Heyman through to Dale. From shoulder to shoulder, hip to hip. There's Barrett Gray and Sienna Dale, but Canberra do well to win it back, not too far away from where they lost it. And now, what we started with in this game was a lot of high energy, but again, the weather, the conditions here, it's been raining, it's been hot. We've had delays in play. The players are still going hard. It's just the way they're approaching this game just feels at a slightly more composed pace. No one's flying in as much as we saw early days.
Forward there from Heyman. There's the contact there between Barwick Gray and Sienna Dale, and yeah, fair there. Barwick Gray kept her ground and strong, good balance.
Taylor Young very much escorting that ball out. Must have every opportunity while it's still on the pitch where she can. Good work there from Taylor Young again, just to claim it back. Saw it coming back towards her to really be sure of her feet. Mariners trying to get those triangles in place. The last one just too heavy off the boot of Gomez. Heyman shrugs off Martin. Again, it's just that pass, the next pass where Canberra have been really struggling. They win the ball back in great situations. It's when they try and turn and find a player quickly. It's when they've been losing it. Taylor Young, great ball. And given the fact that Sienna Dale's only been on for 10 minutes, does have that speed to burn.
She had the right idea there, Taylor Young. She just overhit that pass in behind.
Second foul conceded again from Gomez. Just that little tap in the back to Sasaki again. You're getting your money's worth from this game, from just watching that little battle between them.
It's really entertaining. Really adds to the match. Once again, Gomez versus Sasaki, and yeah, a little tug, nudge in the back there, and Sasaki knows to go to ground and earn the foul.
Mariners looking so composed, just quickly playing to the feet. Martin trying to protect goal side. Again, Taylor Young doing so much work in defence and attack. Both her and Grove. Lucino was fully enclosed on both sides by Mariners defenders. There's Anton doing everything she can to just try and shut down Gomez. Trimis and Gomez combining really well, just playing the ball to each other, trying to win those throw-ins, at least to garner support from their fellow players as they look to move forward.
You could hear the crowd spurring her on there. It's always a tough crowd to play in front of when you're the away team down at McKellar Park.
Quickly approaching the hour mark now, still looking for that first shot on target for the Mariners in this match. Just the one shot so far across that first half. Yet to see anything in the second. It's been over 40 minutes, almost 40 minutes since we've seen Central Coast Mariners have that singular shot. Lovely ball from Elisino again, just trying to find that right pace, that right velocity in the movement and spin. Real battle of physics, trying to whip that ball around the defenders. And it's interesting seeing those little patches, Teresa, where we go from playing the ball, playing to feet, really trying to work that composed build up to, can we just move this long? Can we try some variance here to try and catch the defenders out? Have you seen how both teams have started in this second? Trimis, again, just trying to find the feet of Rasmussen, no such luck.
Yeah, it's almost like we're watching a new game. And the teams are both trying to figure each other out again. And you're right, Georgia, I think Canberra United are trying a few different things. They've shifted a couple players around, made a sub. So things are a little bit different out there.
Gomez. Again, trying to stage that run, to working with Rasmussen. So many defenders coming back with great speed from Canberra. Martin doesn't look to goal, immediately looks to her left. Plays at the feet of Bauman. An attempt from Coco to Scipio, and well, it's parried away. And while it won't be the first shot on target, it's definitely a very crucial shot there for the Mariners. They win a corner the first. We'll see in the second half, and it's Coco to Scipio.
Yeah, she gets the shot away at the top of the box there and forces a save and earns her team a corner. So definitely is a positive play from the Mariners.
Curious to see how the Mariners will play this one. Culligan. And off the head of Coco de Scipio. And she had a taste of success when finding the back of the net last week. Desperately searching for a second goal, but more importantly, we've seen a couple of chances now from the Mariners. Like I said, we hadn't seen one for almost 40 minutes now, two in quick succession. Some just reward from the way that they've been able to approach these final third entries, which they've been, steadily evening up throughout the match. In the second half, well, between the two. It's 9 versus 8, whereas in the first half there was a 10 differential between the two teams. Dale running to space. Can she get there in time? Not to be. Grove straight into the middle of the park. The ball keeps ricocheting between the teams. And almost the Karate Kid movement there from Sasha Grove, trying to go in the air.
Yeah, either team will want to get that ball on the deck, control possession.
Martin. Through Barrett Gray, through the middle, through Quilligan. Coming in support, Bauman again, just trying to go for that longer option. But no one ready, no one anticipating that being the next movement.
There's good pressure in the middle of the field there from Bethany Gordon to create the turnover and that rushed pass from the Mariners.
Messina. Great long ball to Heyman. Heyman taking plenty of throws throughout this game. Messina doing well again, coming through the middle. And again, it's just the link up of play. Canberra's press has been mighty effective. And the work for Sienna Dow gets a huge round of applause. Coco DeCipio taking the chance. Shoots long in the end. We've seen 3 shots from just her alone in the second half from for the Mariners. She's had the most shots out of any player in the second half. More shots than her opposition. Gomez brings it down. Again, looks for that ball through to Rasmussen. Oh, there's a little bit of a stumble from Sally James. Doesn't make too much of a difference. She's still able to get there quickly and collect. Robe is brought to ground by Coco DeCipio. Seeing the fouls relatively even out now, 7 apiece. Of course, those 2 yellow cards to Gomez and Barrett Gray in the first half. Do you think, T, that there's changes that need to be made to the way that these teams are playing, or is it just looking for that moment of individual brilliance or team brilliance? What is the spark that's needed to break the deadlock?
Yeah, the game certainly turned into a bit of a scrap. I think it needs a bit of stability. So I wouldn't be surprised if either coach looks to the bench in the very near future, just to get a player on there that can get the ball under control, calm things down, and control the tempo a bit. There's way too many turnovers at this point.
Feels a bit like we're watching a game of table tennis through the middle of the park, the way it's just going back and forth between the two teams. A lot of lofty balls, and we've seen there's periods where there's a lot of playing to feet, playing to the ground, but then it just gets that aerial scrap.
Yeah, like neither team has the momentum at the moment, and it's just hard to build any because of the amount of turnovers in quick succession.
And given that the fact that it's so hot at the moment too, do you reckon that's playing into the fatigue, the decision making, making it a little bit harder having those conditions around?
It could well be the case, Georgia, but often after a storm, things cool down a bit.
Lovely cross in from Annabelle Martin. Now King whips it low. And they're streaming through again with that battle between Gomez and whether it's Sasaki or it's Gordon too. Gray to Trimis. Again, Taylor Young just getting that, using her low center of gravity well to just bring her presence in front, make it really difficult for the player to use her for balance. Rasmussen now, she's got the speed. Annalise Rasmussen, that's a wonderful goal! The Mariners hit the lead! Well, the defending champions, and it's through one of their own. Annalise Rasmussen, and just a quick moment of brilliance to bring herself in front, and the Mariners take the lead.
Well, it was a ball forward there from Gomez, and Rasmussen quickly fires that shot. She had a look across the box there. There was no one there, so she thought, just going to whip this shot, and boy, did that pay off.
Well, scores her third of the season. And we're asking who was going to be the player that stood up. It was going to be a moment of team. It was going to be a team moment. And as well, two of the real linchpins for this Mariners side coming out. And I probably at time now, we'll go to a drink break for both teams too. A really important time now for Canberra to reset, Mariners potentially to talk about how that worked out and how it built up for them.
Yeah, well, it all happened in the blink of an eye, and not much was happening in terms of chances for either team, and that's how quickly things can turn around. But really good awareness there from Izzy Gomez to play that ball forward for Rasmussen, and credit to Rasmussen, she was in a great position, bombing forward there between two defenders, so really awkward for them to mark her, and both in two minds. And on the end of that, I mean, what a great shot at the keeper's near post as well. And that nice slick pitch, I guess, helped her there.
Very tight angle, but great goal there for Annalise Rasmussen. Gets her third of the season. Of course, scored a brace in that F3 derby 2 weeks ago. Huge moment for the attacker. Still just 20 years of age too. And we'll see a change here. So Hayley Taylor-Young coming off, Sophia Christopherson coming on, that number 13 for Canberra United. Well, sort of a different player profile you'll see from the Taylor-Youngs there. And Sophia Christopherson, what do you think that change is for Canberra, how they'll be?
It's certainly an attacking change there. You've got Taylor-Young, who's more defensively minded, but does bomb on, and Christopherson, we've seen her in that front third and her ability to take on players and create opportunities. So definitely an attacking change from Canberra. They're chasing the game at home. They started this match in favour of winning. They created more chances, and this game's turned on its head for them. So they're still definitely in it. There's plenty of time to go here, but I think that change indicates that they're going out there to come back and win this game.
Absolutely. Well, hits them up for a very exciting 3-goal winning streak at the moment. And of course, puts an end to what Canberra's been building in the past couple of weeks. And of course, spoken about it, Canberra have scored in every game so far this season. If this isn't to be for them today, it will be the end to a strong run. But of course, they have plenty of time to reset. It's only the 8th round.
Yeah, I think it's early doors at the moment in this match. They've shown that they can create chances in this match. The only thing missing in that early first half was the finish. So I think their mindset in this season is on point. And I think if there's a team that can go behind and come back in a match, it's Canberra United this season. So.
Well, it's funny you should say that, because Canberra, the only time they've gone behind this season, they've won that game. So they've been able to break it back. And of course, Central Coast, on the other hand, they've won both games where they've scored first. So potentially, if the way this stands, someone will be changing a record at the very least to be adding a draw.
Yeah, and you've got to give credit to the Mariners in this match. They were on the back foot early on. And they've managed to work their way into this match and get in front. So that's pretty remarkable for them, and I guess shows their character, really. So if they're able to hold on to this lead, perhaps even score another, and come away with this away win, I mean, that will work wonders for them going forward in terms of confidence and mindset.
And also very important when you look at the ladder too, as it stands, you know, those 3 points would see them leapfrog Newcastle Jets, bring them up to 3rd. It means they're only 1 point behind Canberra United. So still early days in the league, but each of these games obviously means so much. And it keeps that really important record for the Mariners intact as it stands. They've won 4 of the past 5, and Sienna Dale goes for the shot, sailing well over the crossbar. But if there's ever a time to just have an opportunity, have a peg at it, why not?
Well, this is exactly what Canberra United need more of now in this match. They've got to absolutely go for it.
So a change here for the Central Coast Mariners. First of the game. So it'll be the end of the evening for Peter Trimmis and the start for Tiana Fuller. Another young gun who, it's just hard to believe, still just 17 years of age. In the 27th game, already has 6 goals under her belt in the Ninja A-League. But yeah, the Mariners, they've won 4 out of the last 5 that draw the other. And of course, you have to go all the way back to 2008 for the last time that Canberra United, well, the only time Canberra United has actually won in this fixture. Long time between drinks, of course, because Mariners weren't in the competition, but still. It's probably a record that they'll be looking to beat. They've beaten a couple already in this season. Sienna Dale, well, she's been very excited since she's come on. Had a couple of opportunities now. Emma Martin just being advised not to creep up the line. Anton, great switch up of play. Into the other side to Christopherson, who slotted into that role. Was previously deployed by Taylor Young. Links up well with Heyman, who smartly jumps over the ball. Heyman. Staying up on her feet. Goes under the feet of Alessino. Is this going to be a breakthrough for the Mariners? But too much on that ball. Holly James a long way out, but never showing any panic. Full of composure. Beautiful link-up play by the Mariners. Fuller. Straight to the feet of Wardlow, but Gomez happy to help out. Coming in for support. Anton. Little flick on there from Dale. And again, well, we spoke about it in the lead up to that first goal, how there has been these moments of where it's a bit of a scrap, it's a bit of, you know, the aerial tennis we're seeing play and the quick changes of possession back and forth. We had that moment, and then of course Canberra started going forward, but it does feel like we've kind of reverted back to that style.
Yeah, I think for Canberra United, they've gone a bit flat now, and the Mariners won't mind. They're 1-0 up. Canberra United are chasing this lead, though, and I think their energy has waned a bit now, and we need a spark to get it going again.
So another change here for Canberra. You see Tegan Badalicio coming on. Jasmine Wardlow coming off, so a like-for-like replacement there. Of course, Badalicio really has been making her mark in this Canberra United side for the past couple of seasons. Still a young Matilda. Still only 19. This will be her 44th appearance in the Ninja A-League. Grove. No, she has time to run onto and space to look into. So quick with the ball at her feet. Puts it onto her right. Looked like the intended target with Gordon stuck behind the two central defenders.
Gomez, really smart play there. She could feel the hand of Olasino on the back and drew that foul. And you see the little touch on the back, and she goes down and earns the foul and takes the pressure off her team. And then you're in no hurry here to get the play started, so just gradually working down the clock.
Grove looking long. Cooligan. Anton coming in for support. Heyman trying to keep Grazula at bay. The tug of the shirt, a little bit too obvious there. Just doesn't give Heyman any room to actually use the ball at her feet.
Yeah, we've seen a few of those in this match. But again, it slows the game down.
Off the head of Dale, and then onto the Mariners. Bauman trying not to concede the corner. Gordon, Sasaki, Robus straight in, and well, no player even trying to attempt to get towards that ball.
Canberra United just forcing things a little bit now, which often happens when a team is chasing the game, and panic and frustration can start to set in.
Well, we saw so much of when we've spoken about the positive play that they've had. There's been so many times where they are playing the ball to feet, multiple players streaming into the box. Now it doesn't quite seem that. Well, Canberra faithful and Michelle Heyman very convinced of that. Ball came off the feet of Barrett Gray. Should be an indirect free kick in the box for Canberra. So the time really being eaten into by these little moments of slowing down a play.
Well, here is that incident there, and yeah, really loud protests there from the Canberra United camp, but they've got a foul now, a free kick I should say, in a similar area to the
where we've seen a few of them in this game. It's where they tend to start, where a lot of those battles happen. Sasaki again, the player in charge here.
But the Mariners happy to give away fouls and disrupt the momentum of Canberra United at this point, and it's working.
Sasaki connects with the head of Christopherson. Dale had enough time to load up the shot, but straight into the wall. And we'll see another substitution this time again for the Mariners. So Coco DeCipio coming off, Farrow coming on, so an attacker for an attacker again. The Mariners know that this game has not been won by any means. Even though they are the side leading at the moment, there's still plenty left in it. How have you seen Coco DeCipio's game today?
Yeah, I think she's had another strong performance. The Mariners, I don't think they've created the amount of chances they would have liked to, but in terms of the battle, she's certainly put herself out there. And
I've seen it in plenty of games throughout this season, especially in the past couple of weeks, that often you'll see a side really dominate the statistics in terms of final third entries and shots on target. Well, this one is a very interesting change. So Mary Stanage-Floody coming on, Nana Sasaki coming off. A real crowd favourite here at McKellar Park. Stanage-Floody, she scored some amazing goals so far in her time at Canberra too.
Well, this is an exciting change here, and we saw what Mary Stanage-Floody brought to this Canberra United side last season. Really interesting to see her coming off the bench this season, because we know what qualities she brings to this team. So perhaps now they're chasing the game. I think what she can bring will be really, really handy for Canberra now.
Oh, beautiful run here from Dale, streaming forward. Just the second touch, just a tad too heavy. And Quilligan going down. No one around her. Hopefully it just does seem to be just a cramp at the moment. But Nanako, just on the substitution that we just saw as well, Nanako Sasaki had won the most fouls of any player on the pitch throughout this game this evening, which is of no surprise when you see what has been happening throughout the game. And then, yeah, Quilligan just almost being shot by the sniper there, just seemingly to be a cramp.
Yeah, it's looking like cramp. Certainly can tell by the way her teammate Krajula there is stretching out the leg. These are the types of conditions that certainly bring on cramp. But you mentioned Sasaki, and what a great move it's been for her from Adelaide United, where she was barely getting on the pitch as a sub. She's come to Canberra United. I think she's playing her best football we've seen in a long time. So hat off to Sasaki, really important player in this Canberra United team.
And sharing that load of being an enforcer almost at times with Gordon as well, which I think complements both their styles of play.
Yeah, I mean, I think teams find it hard to find one enforcer. They've got a few. So, yeah, really good stuff from Canberra United.
Christopherson to take the throw. Gordon wanted to swing that ball behind her. Plenty of Canberra players deep in the box, and it comes off the head of a Mariners player, but straight into the hands of Grove. Anton just having that speed in front of Grove. Sorry, in front of Farrow, rather. Grove was astride the line there. Just headed it back, but we'll see some substitutions likely here. Well, both players seemingly going to, well, looks like we will have another lightning delay at the moment. So what looked to be a throw-in for the Mariners here will have another delay. And it does seem like the Mariners, well, they've got the goal at the moment. That is what has separated the two. Canberra having a fair few more chances, but just haven't been able to find the ball at the back of the net. Really bright sparks in the opening 15 minutes too. We see both teams go into the sheds, and Teresa, again, we almost break this game into quarters at the moment, because of course we had that first stanza before the lightning break, and then afterwards we saw Mariners come out, and then potentially another quasi-quarter here in the second half.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable. I mean, there's been so many shifts in this game. Feels like we've almost seen 2 or 3 games, but another break in play, and it'll be interesting to see what this brings.
Well, let's have a look at the highlights across the match we've seen so far. So, again, the bulk of the chances that you see from Canberra in this package are going to be from before the first break. So, in the first 22 minutes of the game, we know that they love scoring early. They've scored 30% of their goals within the first 15 minutes of the game. But again, just unable to find that rhythm in trying to work that ball in. They've got plenty of players who have been scoring this season, who have been assisting this season. It's just how they've been able to break through the defence of the Mariners.
Yeah, all of these good chances came very early on in the game, which feels like so long ago. It's been a while since we've seen any clear-cut chances from Canberra United, but in these instances, which were early on, all that was missing was a finish on goal.
And it has been as well throughout the match, and we've seen these chances, but it has been a remarkably scrappy affair at times that neither team, could it be due to the conditions or just the way that these teams are now being set up to play this season. We know that they're teams that are in the midst of the foul count and trying to break through and that kind of thing too, that we haven't been able to see much clear-cut opportunity in front of goal.
Yeah, well, I mean, Canberra United are a momentum-based team, and I think the Mariners knew that. So as the game went on, I think it got more fiery as well and feisty, and there was plenty of physicality out there, which broke up, I guess, the momentum that Canberra had, much to the favour of the Mariners. And, of course, that initial Storm stoppage. After that, I think the Mariners, I think it worked in their favour, and they were able to implement some things that they would have discussed in the sheds. So now there's not too long left, another break in play. It'll be interesting to see if Canberra United can come out and execute what they need to do. And, of course, what a great goal it was here from the Mariners. Good ball forward, and Rasmussen with the slick finish there at the near post. Fantastic stuff from her.
Well, that is what separates these two sides at the moment. Of course, unfortunately, a lightning delay here in the 85th minute. That's why we're having another little bit of break in play. However, today, this is not the only game that's been played today. And Teresa, I'm going to advise you to look away because over in Wellington, well, some records were broken, I'll say the least. Let's have a look at how Wellington took on Sydney FC.
As far as the team news goes, well, Sydney make 5 changes from their 2-0 loss last week to Canberra. Income, Madison, Ison, Hannah, Lowry, Jodie Ukeko, Riley Tanner, Ruby Sullivan. There's no place for captain Nat Tobin, who's announced she is pregnant with her first child this week. As for the Phoenix, well, Bev Priestman makes 2 changes from the 1-0 loss to Perth Glory. Emma Main and 17-year-old Pia Vlok come into the team. Lucia Leon and Lara Wall drop to the bench. Sabrita Samba Bandari leads the line, still looking for her first Phoenix goal. And we are just about ready to get underway in this first half. It's the Phoenix who get us underway in their home kit of black and yellow. attacking from left to right in this first half. Historically, this fixture has favoured Sydney FC, 6 wins from 8. But the Phoenix know anything's possible at home, winning 2-0 here in the last season's meeting between these two teams, which is almost a year ago to the day, December 21st, 2024. In these early moments, the early kind of knockings of the game, Rosie, often when you find out how the two teams are planning on setting up. Here's Brooke Nunn, ball into the penalty area and a chance on the post, but the rebound is in. And it's the opening goal after less than 3 minutes. I think it might be Pia Vlock who's touched it home. Whatever and whoever it is, it's the dream start for the Phoenix. Wellington Phoenix 1, Sydney 0.
That is the ultimate way for the Phoenix to come out onto the field. Kind of putting that early pressure on, a few balls in behind. It looks like it was Manaya Elliott that got the final touch. But beautiful job just to get into the box. So much composure. Vlock had that chance, bounced off the post, and Manaya Elliott was there to just clean it up. Easiest goal she'll score in a while.
Got that right. Look at that, just following up. Really important to be on the spot. Here's Samba, and she's got support from Main with her. Samba finds Main, tried the return ball, lays it off. This is really good play by the Phoenix. Oh, goodness me! Off the crossbar from Block. Strikes that well, doesn't she? Goodness me. Now there's an opportunity potentially here for Sydney. Hawksby lays the ball across the goal. It's dropped on the edge of the penalty area though, and that'll be straight into the arms of Victoria Essen in the Phoenix goal. Yeah, and it's not to go unnoticed as well that they've only let 4 goals in all season. The Phoenix, they've been solid at the back. Jale pushes that one wide, and there's a attempt on goal. Once again, it's going to drop inside the penalty area. This time it's Nunn who gets the cross to the back post. Oh, and there it is. Samba gets her first goal in Wellington Phoenix colours, and doesn't she love that? Samba rises at the back post. The net is bulging, and Phoenix are 2-0 up here.
Brooke Nunn just done so well there to just beat the defender and put a perfect ball in, just floated to the back post. And Samba, she gets it. The goal that she has been waiting for, and all of the fans have been waiting for. An incredible start to this game for the Wellington Phoenix.
Walker with the throw in then, long into the penalty area. It's inadvertently towards the centre, and Elliott hit the shot, blocked away. Bott has it back. Walker once more. Block, twists away from danger. And now Bott again. Bott will drive forward, and Bott will try and chip one. And it's over the crossbar, but you can see the intent, can't you?
You can see the energy. They just want to get forward. They look composed. They look like they're taking their time, but they also just look like they are full of energy.
Yeah, it's really positive play from Vlock every time she gets anywhere near the ball, and she's got real pace and power and good technique about her as well. As the Phoenix come forward once again, Elliott onto her right, crosses it deep to the back post, gathered by Robertson, and tries to get Sydney underway, but Bott read that one. Here she comes, CJ Bott. Brooke Nunn. Bott's continued her run, and in space inside the penalty area. Low ball in. Oof. I think that was Emma Main, was it? Chesting the ball out for a goal kick.
I think that's something that the Phoenix are doing well right now, is just some rotation in their box midfield. You have CJ Bott being the one getting in behind the Sydney back four and putting a cross in. It's good rotation. It's really hard to track those runners that are coming from deep in the midfield.
But here's Brooke Nunn retrieving on the right wing. Nunn twisting and turning, good skill. Nunn, a back cross! Oh, off the post! Goodness me, how did that not go in? Wow! Samba again, that was on a plate. Goodness me.
Brooke Nunn again is just creating incredible opportunities here. Tanner just can't keep up with the twists and turns, and that is a beautiful ball into the box. You just put it in with pace, and you just hope that somebody can get on the end of it.
And happily looks to be okay. They've still got plenty of time to get back into this one, and they've certainly got the talent on the field to do so, as that one is played high into the penalty area. Essen watched it all the way, though. Really good hands from the Phoenix goalkeeper, and bowls the ball out as well. And Brooke Nunn will bring it forward. Looking now down that right-hand channel for Samba once again. Samba puts the low ball in. It's going to drop here to Bott on her left foot. And she clipped it kind of, didn't she? But just wide. Nunn looking for Samba. She tries to win it back, but... And again, look at that. Samba felt she was fouled there. And the referee, Sarah Jones, agrees with her. But she just didn't give it up. There was 2 or 3 attempts there to get the ball off her, but she was having none of it. Look, she's just not giving up, not giving up. Vastly experienced player as Samba. Now the ball breaks to her. Samba's through on goal. Is this 3? Goalkeeper makes the save.
That's the kind of opportunity that you'd hope that Samba would be able to finish. You know, she's one-on-one with the goalkeeper there. I think, yeah, again, probably took 1 too many touches. She could have, you know, tucked that away to the left or the right of the goalkeeper.
Anaya Elliott to take the corner kick, then the scorer of the opening goal. Here it comes. To that near post, and it's got to be in, has it? Yes, it is. And they've got a 3rd goal in 35 minutes. The Phoenix are running away with it. Wellington Phoenix 3, Sydney 0. And is it Jale that scored the goal? Let's see on the replay. I mean, someone had to put it in, and yet it's Grace Jale who gets her 1st goal of the season. Samba with an acrobatic flick on. And it's dropped here in space for Sydney. It's Hawksby. Maybe they've got something to say here at the end of the first half. Lowry. Now Sullivan. And now Riley Tanner inside the penalty area again. Tries to fizz one across. And it's going to be out of play for a corner kick.
It's definitely looking more promising from Sydney. There's a little bit more composure and patience going forward, just keeping the ball moving.
Rowan looking down that left-hand side. So 5 minutes of additional time at the end of this first half to be added on. So there's still time for more action in either of the penalty areas. Second corner for the Phoenix. You'd assume potentially the same kind of delivery. Look, that near post is really crowded inside the 6-yard box. Here it comes, and up go the heads. Just about away, and maybe the counter-attack's on here for Sydney. It's Mackenzie Hawksby who's beaten to it, though, by Emma Main. And then Main gives it away, and the referee thinks she was fouled, so it's a free kick to the Phoenix.
You can just see the difference in the transition work on this. That you have automatically 6 Wellington Phoenix players behind them.
That's right off the line, isn't it? Got about 30 seconds of the 5 added on minutes. Is there another twist at the end of this first half? None. Samba ahead of her. Samba's first touch takes her away from danger. Bott. So one last chance in this first half. Or will the Phoenix just hold on to the ball and allow the referee to blow the half-time whistle? Wow, what a first half. Wellington Phoenix in full control of this one. They raced out of the blocks, with Elliott scoring after 2 minutes. A first goal for Samba after 12, and then Grace Jale putting a third into the back of the net. It could have been more. Phoenix in complete control at half-time. It's Wellington Phoenix 3, Sydney 0. As you can see, a substitution for Sydney, a couple of them actually, at the start of this second period. And we're underway in the second half. Can Sydney turn this around, or is it going to be more of the same for the Phoenix? Galich, who's come off. Caspers. Here it comes. Oh, it's gone straight into the side netting. But it does provide an opportunity for Sydney very early on in this second period to deliver a ball and to put Victoria Essen under pressure. Here it comes. Banches inside the 6-yard box, and goodness me, over the crossbar. And it's going to be another set piece, this time a corner kick for Sydney. Here it comes, Essen unsure, the header over the crossbar. It's another set piece for the Phoenix, which has been causing Sydney problems all afternoon. Let's see what they've got from this one. It's high to the back post! And it's in! And it is a fourth for the Phoenix. And it's all going right here for Bev Priestman's team. Phoenix 4, Sydney 0. And I think it might be Grace Jale again. Let's see.
It's just lofted into that back post position. It's a really great ball, especially when you've got Grace Jale standing at 6 foot tall on the back post. She just out jumps and out physicals hit Sydney's defence there and pops another one in.
Robertson again, the pressure from Samba. Samba wins it back. And now maybe fancies a shot, but puts her shirt over her face. Maybe she didn't connect with that one as she wanted to. Because Sydney will come forward now, and the cross is low, and Essen is able to gather at her near post. And is pretty comfortable with it. Ball's a bit loose though, and there's an opportunity here for Sydney. The substitute, Maddie Caspers, won it back and then had a go.
Missing that final piece there, you know, it's resulting in the ball being kicked out of play or overplayed in behind, or just silly mistakes that I think they'll need to tidy up.
Here they come again. Samba inside the penalty area. Goalkeeper's come a long way, but Samba has slotted it in for her second of the game, and Phoenix is 5th. It's Wellington Phoenix 5. It's Sydney 0.
Samba gets her vengeance on that 1v1 opportunity from the first half, and she wasn't making a mistake this time.
Great ball clipped over the top, and their pace and determination just got it over the line, didn't it?
Not sure the goalkeeper needed to come out that far on that opportunity. She really leaves herself exposed there, but you have to make a decision in that moment, and for Samba, really good finish on that.
Sydney still pressing. And there's space on that left-hand side, and it's going to be a corner kick. Here it comes. Getting on with it, Sydney. Essen is there. It's going to drop on the edge of the 6-yard box, and Bott has to just put it away. So they'll have another go. Here it comes. A whole melee of bodies inside that penalty area. And it's going to be cleared away by Sydney. A bit of miscommunication there. And here comes Sydney. A bit of defending though. And Brazendale can bring it clear. Jale. Long ball, Samba's looking for this one. She's on a hat-trick, you know. Samba, still she goes. Just waiting for Leon, and plays the ball wide. Probably should have gone for goal.
She's not quite got a hat-trick yet, but she's looking for it. She's just about there. I think, you know, she had the opportunity to shoot there, and just a little bit of hesitancy. She's almost better when she has less time on the ball, I think. 1, 2, 3 touches. Just let it rip.
And then Jale battling away to win the ball back for Phoenix, only momentarily though. Sydney will switch to the right-hand side. Tumeth down the line. Essen starts to come. She read that well. Victoria Essen.
We came into this game kind of thinking that these were two of the more defensively sound teams in this league, and also had both been struggling a little bit to find goals, and so to be sitting here at 5-0 was probably not what we were predicting.
Not at all. But here we are, and is there room for more goals? Wall tries to put the cross in, out for a corner kick. Benton takes it short this time to Wall. Her low cross. Oh, it's an own goal, is it? It has gone in. And the Phoenix are 6 goals to the good. What about that for a Christmas present? Phoenix 6, Sydney 0.
That is a nice little Christmas present for the Wellington Phoenix. A freebie at the end. I think that kind of is summing up Sydney's day, unfortunately. The Phoenix have been relentless in their attack, and I mean that's really unlucky for Sydney. And
afternoon of football. This has been Ukeko. Their cross isn't bad. That 6-yard box is lively. And Bott has to clear this one up into the air. Still not completely away. Leon does well, though. Does really well. Look at that strength and pace. Was she being fouled? Yes, she was. Did really well there. You see a Leon. But across comes Jale to win it back. Look at that strength. Jale down the line to Samba. She's got options inside the penalty area. Here's one from Brazendale. Is this going to be 7, is it? How's that stayed out? I don't think anyone can believe that. That had another goal all over it. And somehow it's not in. been inside the Phoenix half of the field a little bit more these past few moments, though. Hunter, there's Essen again. She's done really well with her handling today. Victoria Essen has taken the pressure off her defence on a number of occasions of balls like that. Is there room for a seventh? Leon still goes, gets it back inadvertently. Good skill. Oh, has it gone over? No. Wait a second, it has. It has gone over. It is a seventh. Can you believe it? The referee has given the goal, and Wellington Phoenix have a seventh. Do not adjust your set, folks. Phoenix 7, Sydney 0. Keep a clean sheet here. Here's the corner then. It's very deep, and the volley is high up in the air. Still inside the penalty area, still loose. It's not away yet. Samba heads it out. And what about that? What about that performance from Wellington Phoenix? The final whistle has gone. The fans are absolutely loving it, and quite rightly too, because this is a win for the ages for the Phoenix. They'd only won one in the last 10 games, and they've come away here with a 7-0 win over Sydney. It's been an incredible performance, and everything has gone right for Bev Priestman's charges. What a performance. Almost lost for words. It was an incredible performance. We really enjoyed it. We hope you did too. Full time and incredible. Wellington Phoenix 7, Sydney 0.
So massive goal fest over in New Zealand. Earlier today, of course, we're here at McCullough Park. There has been a delay due to lightning in the area in the game between Canberra United and Central Coast Mariners. Plenty of players still trying to keep warm in the tunnels. But of course, we have seen around 84 minutes of this game played so far. And of course, it is the goal that is separating the two teams, scored by Annalise Rasmussen. Let's have a look at the highlights across the match. So this isn't the first lightning delay we've had in this game, of course. There was one around that 23-minute mark that saw the game pause for over an hour. In that first stanza, it was Canberra on top. That wonderful chance whipped in by Josie Alessino. Puts it on a platter for Emma Hawkins. Arguably one of the better chances for Canberra throughout the match so far. And then the second one here, great work from Michelle Heyman just staging her run. And Sasha Grover, she had a remarkable shot at goal in that game against Melbourne Victory a couple of weeks back, and looking to recreate some of that magic. Couldn't quite get her foot around to whip it into the top corner like she did in that particular game. Great work again from Bethany Gordon, who's having a standout season for United, just being able to bring that ball down, time her run well, but straight at Annalie Grove. Again, the big one here. Great vision from Heyman, tries to square up the ball. Hawkins didn't quite realise there was also Gordon streaming in behind her, but it was really emblematic of what we saw so much from Canberra in that first half, and specifically in that first 22 minutes, where so many players streaming into the box. And this time, the Mariners catch them in an offside trap after that yellow card, and the foul was conceded by Barrett Gray of the Mariners. And another great chance. We've seen throughout this game a lot of work being done about the ball placement, being really trying to aim for the head of Jasmine Warlow, the defender for the Canberra United. A lot of set pieces where she's the main target. While Michelle Heyman has had a lot of involvement as well, it's about her involvement has actually come in creating those plays in the lead up to. Of course, here deep in the second half, as we restarted play, this beautiful ball from Izzy Gomez, threaded through two defenders for Annalise Rasmussen, near post, and gets it past Sally James. And that has been the difference between the two sides in this match. This great goal from Annalise Rasmussen, a third of the season so far. And it keeps a really important record going for the Mariners. They're now, at the moment as it stands, 5 out of 6 games against Canberra United. It's been, let's have a look at the statistics for this match. So again, Canberra leading the shots on target, having that little bit further up in terms of possession. The passing accuracy has been dropping throughout the game due to a lot of that midfield, just scrappiness, quick changes in possession, not too many corners, an even amount of fouls, and of course the 2 yellow cards, both happening in that first half, one to Barrett Gray and one to Izzy Gomez. Well, Izzy Gomez has been a remarkable player for the Mariners since she made the move across from Wellington Phoenix, and here she is on screen right now. Let's have a look at some of her statistics across this match so far, and what she's been up to in this game has been really in that battle with not just Nanako Sasaki, but this is how it saw her go into the book for that yellow card late in the first half too. But it's been a real, speaking to Teresa Flores, it really is where you got your money's worth in this game, the way that these two have been challenging each other throughout the match. You see here, it was Nanako Sasaki, by the time she left the pitch as a substitute, she was leading in the game in terms of fouls won, and you'd have to think predominantly most of those had come through Izzy Gomez. But again, that wonderful assist and delivery of that ball to weight it so well, to get it through both defenders. And of course, Rasmussen just slotting it home. Just able to get that ball at her feet, just come in where it matters. So look at what her performance has been. Hasn't, of course, had that, been involved with a lot of those fouls, the 4 fouls made, but of course it's about the work rate she does throughout the entire pitch. Has the assist for the goal, has been involved in 36 passes, a lot of that work progressing the ball forward, trying to break through lines for the Mariners. So there is Gomez as she stands in the shades waiting here at McCullough Park. Of course, we have Kennedy White, Melbourne Victory's goal scorer last night, but also the leading goal scorer across the league this season. Let's have a look into her game.
Janchevsky towards the back post. Morrison is there, and it's their new signing, Kennedy White, who gets the final touch. She gets the goal on her debut that her play has perhaps deserved.
What I heard about Melbourne Victory before I signed was that it was a big club, lots of fans, high energy games. I know there's a lot of support on the men's side too, and I think the women's side is growing too, so I'm really excited to just see the fans out there and play at Amy Park. I think we have a lot of resources. It's been really professional. Every day we have a set routine and a good standard that we follow, so it's been great so far. Well, the people here are awesome. My housemates are amazing. The team is great. I have 3 other roommates, Chelsea, Rachel, and Sienna. I think I'm a high energy player up top.
Now the long ball, Kennedy White. She's got the burners on, takes a touch, sends it home, and Kennedy White, 2 goals in 2 games in the Ninja A-League and brings Melbourne Victory back level.
Press, get in behind, make big runs, score goals, and assist when I can.
Kennedy White strikes again! The American makes it 2.
And then just be supportive to the team and have everyone's back.
McMeekin now looking to drive it in and through! And Kennedy White has a hat-trick!
I heard it was really fast, athletic, some great players coming in and out, some even coming to the US and back. So I was really excited about that and just playing with new players and new teams and kind of looking around Australia too, seeing the different states and stuff.
Lots of talk about how Emily Gilney could possibly be replaced in this Melbourne Victory side, but 4 goals in 2 games, including a hat-trick. Kennedy White, well, that is some finish from her. It's great to hear from Kennedy White, making the move across to Melbourne Victory this season, has been lighting the league on fire, including scoring goal last night. Let's have a look at another player. Adelaide's captain, Isabel Hodgson, has been a great contributor for the club with over a decade of service. Here she reflects upon her debut and some of her greatest memories with the Reds to date.
Alana Janchevsky tumbling into the box, and the equaliser is there for Izzy Hodgson.
My debut was Western Sydney away, and I remember feeling sick before I went on the field because I was terrified. And then I remember at the time Ross Aloisi was my coach. If anyone knows the Aloisis, they're like going hard. And the first tackle, I just absolutely annihilated somebody and she got stretchered off. So don't find that.
Isabel Hodgson, her first of the season.
My first ever start, I remember my name was starting at right back and I had never played a game of defence in my life. So I was about to start as a right fullback against Sydney FC after never playing defence before, and I wanted to die. At the time I had Melissa Barbieri in goals behind me. If anyone's listened to her before, she just speaks the entire time, and I remember just being like, she would say move one step to the left and I would just be like, yep. The career highlight would be captaining the team to the first ever final series. You know, from being a 17-year-old to think that I was captaining the team to the final just would have never crossed my mind back then. So that would be one, and then the other would be when we broke the standalone attendance record in front of my home crowd and I scored a goal.
Could be here for Adelaide and the crowd goes wild. That is the equaliser. Isabel Hodgson again on the mark.
It's because I'm a local Adelaide girl. My whole family was in the stands, so that was another great memory. I think for a long time when you do it for so many years, you kind of forget of what a privilege it is, and I think from having to sit in the stands and watch my team play for such a long time, now I just don't take any training or any game for granted. Every time a girl asks for a photo or a signature, I'll always go out my way to do so because, you know, soon they're not going to care who I am, so I'm going to take it while I can.
So after 7 rounds, the Ninja A-League is starting to take shape. Let's take a look at how the matches played out last weekend.
Center of attention, I can't deny. They all want a piece, like a slice of pie. I'm shining bright, I steal the show. The spotlight's mine, I make it glow. All eyes on me, all eyes on me. All eyes on me. All eyes on me.
We kick off this week's Ninja A-League highlight show with a midweek round 5 clash between Canberra United and Sydney FC. Both coaches made 2 changes to their starting lineups from the previous weekend. Anthony Jagelneck handed Jasmine Wardlow a run on debut this season, while American attacker Emma Hawkins replaced Sienna Dale, who dropped back to the bench. Ante Juric brought back Tori Tumeth after she overcame an illness, and Kaylee Talon-Henniker joined the starting 11. A third straight win for Canberra would elevate them to the top of the table against the undefeated Sky Blues.
Olasino from distance! Wonderful save, Robertson. Keep that clean sheet record alive. Olasino, her eyes lit up. Gordon. Sasaki on the edge of the area. Nanako Sasaki again making the back post run was Emma Hawkins. Again, just out of her reach. This is promising stuff from Canberra. Sasaki's back post delivery met by Wardlow. And past the back post. She got good connection on the head of the 28-year-old. And that's a wonderful turn from Hawkins. Hawkins, Taylor Young, good first touch, Taylor Young! Just flashing over the corner of the goal. Nice turn from Halmerick. Ambitious, but it did look for a moment like it might be dropping into that top corner. That's a nice touch from Heyman, finding Grove. Sasha Grove, will she take on the shot? A squaring ball, Heyman will make no mistake. Michelle Heyman gives Canberra United a well-earned lead. The home side finally have the breakthrough and Sydney FC are finally breached. But they'll look to fly forward here. Tori Tumeth. Look at the run of Sasha Grove on the right-hand side, and that's exactly where the ball will go. Sasha Grove on her left. Oh my goodness. Oh, that almost beat last week's. Bethany Gordon's delivery into the penalty area once again. Dale! She does get her first goal. The 18-year-old off the bench doubles Canberra's advantage. And Anthony Jagranek and the crowd here in Canberra absolutely delighted for the youngster. Speaking of energy, Central Grove. Back to Gordon. Anthony Gordon thought about it. Instead, will lift it forward. Sienna Dale! Oh, so close to her second. It is Canberra United who have come away with the win this afternoon at Mackellar Park. Sydney FC defeated for the first time this season. Their defence breached after 4 consecutive clean sheets. Michelle Heyman and Sienna Dale for the first time in this competition on the score sheet. Canberra United, the much better side really from minute 1 to minute 90. Full time in Canberra, it is Canberra United 2, Sydney FC 0.
Refreshed from a bye, Perth faced Wellington Phoenix in their distance derby, the first glory game of the season at the Sam Kerr Football Centre. After 4 straight losses, Glory coach Stephen Peters made 6 changes to his run-on side, spearheaded by the return of captain Isabel Dalton. Beth Priestman welcomed back Football Ferns keeper Victoria Essen from a calf injury. Lucia Leon made her Knicks starting debut, and Nepalese fan favourite Samba made it back-to-back starts after a 1-0 loss to Melbourne City.
Beautiful ball across this time to Wall. She'll look to take on Johnston. Wall will whip it in. Oh, and had to be parried away by Morrison. Cassidy comes in low and flat. Well, there's shouts for a handball instead. The corner given. Here come the Phoenix. Lovely ball from Leon. Samba looks to dance one way and the other. Can she find the connection there? Samba! And it sails over the top. But my goodness, that was an exciting opportunity for the Phoenix. The crowd are absolutely behind it too. Elliott. Looks like a training drill here from the Phoenix. Nunn comes out, puts it up. The header goes up. There's a scramble in the box and Gabby Holler is called upon to clear the ball. Elliott. The scramble somehow doesn't find the back of the net. Leon. And it's an easy collection from Morrissey. Good players, Main. Fresh legs, goes for the run. Emma Main connects with Samba and it skips past. Now the opportunity. Rattles around and along the wall. Again, look at those passes. This is the difference here. The way that Wellington are moving forward. Samba takes it in on the left boot. Samba! It's a great save from Morrissey. And she gets a massive round of applause from her defenders. Great vision there to spot Elliott. Mania Elliott! And goes wide. Comes on Cam. And it's in the back of the net. Perth have broken the deadlock. And it's something spectacular from the substitute. Funkan gets her 10th goal for the Glory and puts them in front. Directly from a corner. And Michaela Ryan blows the whistle. This is how much it means to the Glory. Their first home win of the campaign. And they snap that 4-game losing streak. So it's full time here at the Sam Kerr Football Centre. It is Perth Glory 1, Wellington Phoenix 0.
Newcastle Jets return to number 2 Sports Ground looking to atone for their F3 derby loss to the Mariners against the visiting Brisbane Roar. Kelly Brown recovered from a concussion to take her place in the Jets starting 11. Lauren Allen was missing due to a calf strain, while there were debuts for Emma Bates and Olivia Page. The Raw were without captain Tamika Yallop, who suffered a hamstring tear in last week's win in Adelaide. The Matildas veteran was replaced by Kaya Stevenson.
Here's Bry's delivery, here is Brown. And that first goal for Newcastle, proving elusive as she pokes that one wide. She would have at least wanted to force a save out of Lincoln. Kaya Stevenson is played in, Quilamu in the middle, so too is Fryer. What a chance. What a chance for Brisbane. So it was Brown who spurned the chance at one end and Fryer has skied it there. Brown still down, but Ayres is it. Melina Ayres scores for Newcastle. Finally gets her second of the season after being denied in recent weeks. And the Jets sharpshooter makes it 1-0 in Newcastle.
Well, how about this turn and finish there for Ayres? She really took on Hayashi there. And the brilliant finish with her left foot. Amazing stuff there from the Jets.
Dundas over the top. It bounced and it spun away from Varley. And Kelly Brown is brought down, is she? Yes, she is. It's a penalty to Newcastle. Well, Varley got herself all tangled up and Kelly Brown took her on, was felled. Newcastle go to the spot. And with a clear head, that is a clinical penalty from Kelly Brown to open her account in goal. She's looking for the cross here, floating it up towards Fryer at the back post, and lead had to be sharp down to her right. It was only a toe from Fryer.
And save it.
A problem all of a sudden for Brisbane, who have given the ball away. Brown versus Varley. Brown stepped away from Varley, and Medwin, and toe pokes it over the bar. Well, you just cannot take your eyes off this match. Oh, Davis, how's she done that? And Copus Brown was like a red carpet was rolled out there for Libby as she danced through the opening. Breyer from distance. Oh, Lincoln can't stop it, and Breyer. Well, it was a tracer bullet. Yes, it should have been stopped, but it was so powerful. And she's got a second of the season, and it's 3-0 to the Jets.
Well, how about the ball across from Copus Brown and Breyer? She had acres of space in front of her. She let rip, and what a shot that was, an absolute stinger.
It's Newcastle with the perfect response to their derby disappointment. And they soar level at the top of the Ninja A-League ladder. Who saw that coming at the start of the season? Full time in Newcastle. The Jets 3. Brisbane Raw 0.
At Amy Park, Melbourne Victory was on the rebound from a loss in Canberra last time out. Coach Jeff Hopkins listed Taylor Ray and Laura Pickett on his team sheet, while Nikki Flannery made her long-awaited return to the bench from a hamstring injury. Their opponents, Adelaide United, were looking to break a 10-year drought against Victory in Melbourne. Paige Zoy started against her former side, while Emily Condon dropped back to the bench alongside former Jet Lara Gooch.
High delivery, deep. Morrison there gets the header back across. Still swirling around. Morrison gets a boot to it. Out to Policina. A tees up from long range. And an early save required from Claudia Jenkins.
Take an extra touch. Just maintain possession first and foremost.
Healy to Dorber. Back to Healy. It's a good build-up. Zoyce, she can tee up from long range. Deflection off Policina. Healy brings it down this time. Erin Healy. And what a great save from Courtney Newbond. And that was the best piece of attack we've really seen from Adelaide all game. Too long. Picked off by Healy. Now, if she can get her head up, she'll see some numbers in support. Erin Healy with the strike, and what a save from Courtney Newbond. Victory getting themselves in a world of unnecessary trouble, and Erin Healy almost punishing them for it. tough afternoon. Holly Murray had to be alert as her and Furphy getting into it, and Furphy able to clear away and then defended well by Zoyce. And then the edge of the box, there is Rachel Lowe, slotting it in. The seas parted and she found the ball in the back of the net. Finally, they get the reward, Melbourne victory for some of the pressure. Holly Furphy once again involved. Furphy cutting it across. And late into the box was Sophia Sakalis. Just couldn't direct it, but dangerous. White. Healy. It's a poor pass, picked off. Policina sets her eyes on goal. And just sailing too high in the end. Switch sides. Seen on the right for the majority of this game. Cutting it through, and there's Nikki Flannery. I think maybe she was surprised at how much space she ended up having in time. Taranto. Turning, shooting, and wide was Macris. It's been a difficult afternoon for Adelaide United, really struggled to create, but for Melbourne victory, a goal from Rachel Lowe in the 49th minute. And Amy Park finishes Melbourne victory 1, Adelaide United 0.
At McKellar Park, Canberra United were eyeing off a 4th straight win, this time against the undefeated defending premiers Melbourne City. Coach Anthony Jagranek made just one change from the team that defeated Sydney FC midweek. Emma Robers replaced Jasmine Wadlow, who dropped back to the bench. For City, Michael Matrichani handed starts to Daniela Butcherus and Devon Jackson following last week's narrow win against Wellington Phoenix. Laura Hughes was missing due to a knee injury.
Speaking of players with engines, spoke about Sasha Grove, but Natalie Young got through a mountain of work in midfield on Wednesday. A hairy moment for Sally James. The ball ricocheting off Holly McNamara. There's an errant pass. McNamara picks it up. McKenna racing in front of her. McNamara shoots onto the post. McKenna still battling for it, and Sasaki does well. The offside flag was raised in any case. Defense splitting pass. Sino poking it through. Sasaki. Cross dealt with. It's come out to Grove. Just over the crossbar. She's got a taste for it this season, Sasha Grove. McKenna goes herself off the post and cleared away. Well, Letitia McKenna so close to the spectacular. Sally James did just enough. It's Melbourne City who will get us back underway. Letitia McKenna standing over the ball. And we are back underway. Fascinating battle between two sides. Looking to walk away with 3 points. Canberra United, 3 games, 1 in a row, looking to make it 4. Ball played through to Hawkins. Emma Hawkins! Good save, Mirez. And it's cleared away mere seconds after the halftime break. Bertolicio will retain possession. Sasaki, Nanako Sasaki towards the back post! And Canberra have the open up! It's Emma Hawkins who came so close seconds after the break. Lovely touch around McMahon. And that's a nice ball too, into the path of Hayley Taylor-Young. Taylor-Young, the cross, Heyman! And it's 2! Canberra United double their advantage against the defending premiers. Could this be the game where City's home and away unbeaten run is broken? So it's City on the attack again. Sasha Grove tireless, running down 18 Keane. Keane wins the battle. Into the penalty area, goes to ground. And the referee awards a penalty. Holly McNamara stepping up. Straight into the bottom corner. Melbourne City get their goal back. It's through Holly McNamara. Canberra United have done it. They have become the first team in 30 home and away games to defeat Melbourne City. They are finally breached. They are finally defeated. And it comes at the hands of a Canberra United side on a 4-game winning run who are looking irrepressible at the moment. Home fans absolutely delighted. Full time at Michaela Park. It is Canberra United 2, Melbourne City 1.
Finally to Wanderers Football Park, where former Matilda Chloe Berryhill was slotted straight into the home side starting 11 for their match against Central Coast Mariners. The Wanderers were chasing their second win of the season to climb off the bottom of the ladder. The Mariners, who snapped a 3-game losing streak with an F3 derby win against the Jets, selected Annalie Grove in goal to replace Sarah Langman, who tore her ACL last weekend.
Good win back by the Wanderers. Yuan Kong looking to thread the needle for Sonny, whose pace was brilliant. A huge chance for the Wanderers. Can Kong get a shot away? It won't happen that time around for Kim So-Ewan. This one has fallen the way of Coco DeCipio, bouncing towards goal and in! Well, the Mariners go straight up the other end and create a special moment for Izzy Coco DeCipio. Her first goal at Ninja A-League level. And one that is a long time in the making for a player who's had to battle to get to a moment like this. This one comes in, it's missed by Matos. Not clean contact though from Izzy Gomez. Quilligan. Second crack perhaps for Martin. Lifts the ball in, Karma's second guest. Here is Izzy Gomez! 2 for the Mariners. Izzy Gomez on the board again against Western Sydney. And it is the former Wanderer who doubles the visiting side's advantage. It's a great pass from Gomez. Peter Trimmis wide. She'd love to add to her tally. Peter Trimmis. Oh. That's a better ball, and here is a chance for Sonny. Just fluffed the lines at the crucial moments. Any contact there, and we could be talking about a different scoreline. To see what she'll do with this one. She picks out Eunice well. Eunice lifts the ball in, plenty of Wanderers there, and it's off the post. Oh, a glorious chance to set up a grandstand finish. Goes begging for the Wanderers. One of the early season success stories. Mariners will go there full of confidence if they see this one out. Wong Ying. Sard. Clever pass. Eunice going for it. Oh, wow! Game on at Wonderland. And it's a piece of brilliance from Talia Eunice. That sets up the grandstand finish. What a way to get your first goal in the Ninja A-League. The late scare survived, but the Mariners taste 3 points on the road for the first time this Ninja A-League season. Back-to-back wins for the reigning champions. A full-time score in the final game of round 7. Western Sydney Wanderers 1, Central Coast Mariners 2.
Canberra United lead the Ninja A-League after 4 straight wins. They're a point ahead of Melbourne Victory, followed by Newcastle Jets on 10 points. The Mariners, Sydney FC and Brisbane Roar round out the top 6. Join us again next week for another action-packed edition, featuring the top 4 clash between Canberra United and the Mariners. Until then, it's goodbye.
Welcome back to the Late Show at Mackellar Park. Of course, it's Canberra United taking on Central Coast Mariners. We've had a second over an hour-long lightning delay, but play will be restarting at 9 p.m. Of course, it is a pretty tight affair between these two teams. It's a top four clash between both of them as the players make their way back out onto the pitch. Of course, just the singular goal separating these two sides. And there's a lot to play for, given the history of these two teams, and also considering where they stand in the league too. So we'll be restarting from roughly the 84th minute. And of course, both the teams getting themselves back underway and warming up. We saw some vision of Izzy Gomez in the tunnel having a bit of a joke around with the cameras, as well as Annalie Grove really staying on her feet alongside Tiana Fuller. So plenty of players keeping warm in these conditions. Well, it's still quite hot here in Canberra and the storm has passed through. Don't usually see too many late shows here at Mackellar Park, but we'll be finishing this one out this evening. Of course, Izzy Gomez has been instrumental in this game, the assist that led to the Rasmussen goal too. However, hasn't had too many opportunities, got an early yellow card around that 44th minute in the first half. And of course, the Central Coast Mariners, well, they will be heading across to play Melbourne Victory at home next week. They went down 1-0 against them on the 15th of November. It was a pretty tight fought game between the two teams. And then, of course, they'll be facing off Brisbane Roar at home later on the 31st of December for a New Year's Eve clash. Their results this season have been up and down. They, of course, won that 3-0 game back in round one, had a string of 3 losses, unable to score in any of those matches, of course, against City, Victory, and then Sydney, and then played the Jets in the F3 derby where they claim bragging rights with a pretty comprehensible 4-1 victory. So a brace to Annalise Rasmussen, Tamar Levin also got on the scoreboard, and Central Coast local and debutant Eliza Familton was the final player to add to that tally. And then, of course, last week saw Coco DeCipio and Isabel Gomez get over the Wanderers. It was a 2-1 victory. Also saw the debut goal for Talia Eunice, a player who initially broke the record for Sam Kerr's youngest ever player. Was quickly broken again by Isha Brooking in this season by Sydney's Willa Pearson. As for the Canberra United, well, they'll be facing off against the Jets away next week. And then on the 3rd of January, they'll be having Western Sydney away to. They've had a pretty good run of form in recent weeks. They've scored in every match so far this season. At the moment, they're still locked out and potentially will be going against the record. But let's have a look at the upcoming fixtures. The big one, of course, is that Melbourne derby to be played on Tuesday, 4:30 p.m. Of course, we had some great drama in that game last season. It was played at Amy Park. Alana Janchevsky getting the goal of the season there. It was a stalemate when they faced off back in February, 1 apiece between the two sides. Of course, Victory has only won 2 losses last season, come against City. And then across plenty more games, especially across next weekend. If you're not sure what day it is between Christmas and New Year's, well, strap in, sit on the couch, enjoy some A-League action because there'll be plenty of great games to watch. Of course, Adelaide United taking on Western Sydney Wanderers. Both teams looking to really bounce back with their seasons. Central Coast taking on Melbourne Victory, another grand final rematch as we've touched on before. And the Newcastle Jets taking on Canberra. Finally, on Sunday, we'll see City versus Perth. That game opened up the season last year. It was a pretty dramatic score in the end, 5-2 to Melbourne City. And Sydney versus Brisbane Roar, real 2 stalwarts of the early seasons of the Ninja A-League. Sydney going down today, 7-0 to Wellington Phoenix. You can see the players back out. Some early substitutions as well. We saw Sienna Dow come on at halftime. Really been impressed with her rec rate throughout the season, especially in this game. Both teams have not been afraid to make those substitutions throughout the match. And Canberra coach Anthony Jake-Narek. There's plenty of positivity about the way that his side has been performing this season. Let's have a look to the ladder as it stands heading into this game. So again, really important here, live ladder that we'll see with Central Coast Mariners getting some potentially valuable points. He'll bring them up against Newcastle Jets. Canberra United currently sitting in second place. Melbourne Victory reclaimed that top spot with the win over Newcastle yesterday. And again, when you look at this ladder and considering the way that the season has played out due to games being rescheduled for various reasons, particularly Melbourne City's great run in the Asian Women's Champion League, of course, they're still sitting only in 8th position, but they're potentially have played half as many games as a team like Melbourne Victory. So you have to and of course, only the one loss, very crucial to mention, of course, it was Canberra United, who was the first team to beat them in over 30 home and away games. And the other team who knocked them out of finals contention last year was the opponents here today, Central Coast Mariners, who are currently leading 1-0. So I wonder in future if we'll start, thinking of these two teams as the bogey teams for Melbourne City and how that does play out in their own specific rivalry too. Canberra United and of course Central Coast faced off against each other in that elimination final last season. And Western Sydney Wanderers and Adelaide United, well, that'll be a very important game for both those teams. Again, trying to bring themselves up, both only sitting on 1 win apiece. We haven't had the start to the season that either would be hoping for, but Western Sydney Wanderers, well, they've added some firepower in Matilda. Chloe Berryhill came in. They've also had some great international signings in recent weeks too. Haven't quite seen a goal for Sony, their Korean attacker, but she's been very involved in the play. And of course, we have already mentioned that goal from Talia Yunus last week, a young player who's really come through the ranks at the Wanderers, doing some good stuff. So always plenty to look forward to in the Ninja A-League. It is known as the Chaos League for a very good reason, and a very enjoyable one at that. Izzy Gomez again. He's been in and out of Matilda squads in recent weeks, in recent camps rather. Also has been a real stalwart across the young Matildas. One of the players you think if she gets her run of form right, maybe she could be a potential bolter for the Asian Cup, which will of course be played here in Australia across March. Make sure you don't miss out on getting tickets for that. Tickets are selling very fast, and of course there's been some special deals on in the lead up to Christmas, so make sure you check out online. Well, of course, it is all counting down to the Asian Cup to be held here in Australia. Let's have a look at it.
1, 2, 3, best believe I got something up my sleeve. I'm a queen and I'm coming for my throne. Should've known your days were numbered. It's my turn, watch and learn. Oh, I say it's incredible!
AFC Women's Asians Cup next year. Make sure you grab your tickets. I know I already have. I'm really excited about some of these games, especially that Australia versus Philippines game kicking us all off. That will be a lot of familiar faces. Of course, Mark Tocazo, the coach of the senior Philippines national team, was an inaugural coach of Western United, took them to the grand final in the first season and took them to gold in the Southeast Asian Games this week too. Well, Anthony Jagger getting his team together. Final words, probably not this type of game any of these players have likely experienced across a lot of young players here for Canberra. The initial kickoff was for 5:30. The game was moved forward to 5 p.m. We had that hour-long delay at the 22-second minute mark in the first half. And of course, we've had another hour delay here around the 84th minute mark, and both teams making their way back to the pitch. A real mental game as well when you consider these breaks in place, trying to keep warm, still warm conditions. Wet conditions always cools down the play a little bit quicker as well, with no need for watering the grass here at McKellar Park. But it'll be interesting to see how both teams will be setting up to go, what the changes will be made. Looks like we'll be getting another substitution. So Avani Prakash will be making her way on. Tess Quilligan, the night is over for her, and I wouldn't be surprised if some of these players are a little bit happy that the night has ended where it has. And a goal scorer, Annalise Rasmussen, coming off for Central Coast Mariners, and seeing Kaya Buchanan, sister of Western Sydney Wanderers Ella Buchanan, making her way onto the pitch. And we're back underway here after the second restart due to lightning at McKellar Park. And a strong run from Buchanan, bursts the ball in centrally. Diving effort. Fuller looks towards goal. Fuller just over the crossbar. Well, Central Coast started strong after the first lightning break. And it looks like they've come alive after the second too. Maybe the team that has been enjoying having a little bit of time to reset, discuss with the coaches and figure out the game plan moving forward. Martin moving the ball in. Grove quick to allow that ball to Bellisio. Grassing down the line. Gomez shrugs off a defender. The mixer through Martin. Anton quick to run after it. Coco DeCipio, the goalkeeper on the bench for Canberra United, always a very vocal player. Sorry, Coco Mustarovic, very vocal player from the bench there. Heyman brings it centrally. Robers to Alessino. Millie Farrow lurking. She didn't feature too much in the game before the break. Only came on in the 82nd minute now. Gomez streaming forward, brought down. Legally, says Isabella Mossin. Bertolicio squares it for James. Battle between Christopherson and Fuller. I have to check the record books and see if there's been a lengthier game across the span of the hours that we've seen this evening. Masterovic having out, collecting that ball. Canberra, well, they're desperate. They're still behind by that singular goal. Hot run of form potentially coming to an end in a couple of minutes if they can't bring a shot forward. Prakash carving up the midfield. And look at the possession in each third. A lot of it, again, throughout this game. It's been, and Teresa's called it at the start of the broadcast, really happening in the middle of the park. It's been scrappy at times too. We saw so much in that defensive third for the Mariners early on, and then it's evened out significantly. Long throw by Bauman. Gomez sends it almost into the highway. Stanish Floody, Chris Upson rather, and it's a goal for Sasha Grove. She's done it. Canberra have levelled it up. in the 90th minute. Well, we've seen two lengthy breaks in play in this game. That was the opportunity that we've been looking for. Christopherson leading it there for Sasha Grove, the hero in green at the moment. Well, there's always that wonder if you abandon a game at this point. Are you missing out on opportunity for someone to level it up? And Sasha Grove answered the call. Beautiful delivery in from Christopherson. Only 5 minutes of time added on in this match. Are we in for a decider between these two sides? We've seen a draw before. In Canberra, they keep their streak of scoring in every match so far this season. Have they come alive? Have they just had that something extra? Christopherson, Stanic Floody. Ronnie Bogach just dances through the feet. Strong work from Rovers. Rovers plays it low. Dale doesn't look directly forward. Gordon. The run is on. Christopherson only came on late, delivered almost square. Taryn King really having to be forced down. Alessino. Well, Mariners gaining possession deep within their own half. Flicked on by Heyman. No one in green. Standing in front. Park Gray. Great work from Dale. Just the technical ability to have that close control. Farrow. Gordon goes to ground. And Buchanan almost muscled out of the way by Bertolicio. Just an energy to Canberra at the moment. They've had a taste of getting a goal. Gordon. Mariners just trying to eat up some of that time. I know that it's in their favour. Bertolicio again, first two. Rovers looks over her shoulder, knows that Fuller is lurking. Again goes long. Grove really camping up top at the moment. And given that freedom with Bertolicio behind her. Ensuing cross in directly into the back of Martin. I think with less than 60 seconds left in this match. Time is of the essence here. A game that's gone for over 4 hours. What can they do in the final minute, in the final play even? We've reached past that minimum of 5 now. Christopherson, Bauman giving chase. And the final whistle blows here at McKellar Park. Well, it was a game that went for over 4 hours and it ends square. The late show on here in Canberra. The initial goal from Rasmussen broke the deadlock. But in the end, the 90th minute equaliser by Sasha Grove sees a share of the points between the Mariners and Canberra. Well, it breaks a bit of a run for the Mariners, dominating this fixture in terms of wins. And it puts an end to the winning streak of both teams. They keep undefeated, however. But a mighty victory, a mighty game in the end. So at full time, it is Canberra United 1, Central Coast Mariners 1. Let's have a look at the highlights and the goals in this match. Of course, plenty of opportunities here was Gomez just sneaking through. Great work throughout the middle of the pitch consistently in the game. Threaded it so well for Rasmussen and then beat Sally James at the near post. Gets underneath her. And it just great work from the Mariners here. They were on the back foot for a lot of that first half. But again, it doesn't take too much in this game to have those moments of brilliance and moments of magic that lead to goals and lead to results. And of course here, the difference, Christopherson coming on, bombing down that right flank, and then Sasha Grove, well, she's been brilliant this season in her return to Canberra. Well, let's have a look at the ladder. With it, it brings Canberra still safely in second position and not too many changes across the board there. Melbourne Victory sitting pretty at the top after that victory yesterday against Newcastle. Well, it was an extended game by some means due to double lightning delays, but we hope you enjoyed the coverage. We'll see you very soon for more Ninja A-League action.